Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Just one question. Stacked townhouses, you're right, they're new to Fort Erie, back-to-back. Are they also considered like an apartment building, that the same things apply? Yes and no, kind of?
Usually when it's an apartment building, there is a common entrance and then their units are placed on different floors. In this situation, these units would have their own separate entrance, so that may be a little bit different than a typical apartment building that we would think. So each unit would have a separate entrance, but to give you I think we did stack townhouses in Mars development, but not back-to-back stack townhouses.
So, if I can continue, so with these back-to-back stacked townhouses, which zoning applies, and just in regard to, are they looked at like an apartment building in regards to density, or are they looked at as townhouses or fourplexes, or?
Your Worship, through the Councillor, they had requested R1M zoning, which allows townhouses. RM2 allows the apartment buildings zoning. So they had come in for a block townhouses, and so RM1. That's what they're looking into, not the apartment.
Okay, so if just to clarify then, so these stacked townhouses then would be basically considered like the same rules would apply to any townhouse?
Yes, that's the zoning that we are evaluating this proposal based on.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other, sorry, Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. Annemieke, just on the slide 7 again. On all the other requests, it shows what's allowed and then what they're proposing in red. Is the 27 meters for the parking lot frontage? The 27 is supposed to be red, that's what they're asking for?
Yes, you're right. 27 should be red, yes.
So, I guess it would be fair to say that they should have bought a bigger piece of property.
Yes. Yeah, that's a big departure, but I think they are requesting that they're requesting to recognize that frontage because it's an existing parcel. So.
Yeah, I get it. Now, I guess I could save that question till we get to the report.
Thank you.
Ms. Dewari, before you go, just to follow up with Councillor Lubberts, the density is what would suggest, I think, that maybe a larger parcel would have been appropriate.
That's correct. Because of the density, they are not providing the sufficient amount of parking spaces, they are shy on landscaping. So if we have to evaluate, it's a dense project and maybe a bigger site would be more appropriate.
Right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Lubberts, I'm going to go back to you, then I'm going to go over to Councillor Butler.
Okay, all right.
And then we'll see where we go from there. Go ahead, Councillor Lubberts. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. And Annemieke, just on going to the stacked townhouses, if I remember correctly, when this application came before council earlier, in the report it stated that Ms. Dolge put in the report that stacked townhouses were something new that had come up, and that's where we got into the stacked townhouses and the increase with the density and stuff. Do you know when, during the application process or pre-consultation, that the stacked townhouses came in to the conversation? Was it after the application was originally brought forward or before?
Through your worship to the councillor, that was a proposal that was presented to us, stacked townhouses. That was their intent to be from the day one. So this was a proposal that was submitted at pre-consultation and the formal application. So I don't know, am I answering your question right? But this was a proposal that we were evaluating from day one.
Yes, but the property wasn't, there wasn't stacked townhouses, wasn't permitted on this property at the time. And then we made the change to allow it.
We haven't made the change. This is neighborhood development. Right now, it's zoned neighborhood development, which means
Yeah.
could be open.
Through your worship to the councillor, neighborhood development would only allow the existing development. Any future development that occurs on the property has to go through a zoning amendment process.
Yeah.
And that is what, as for this application, we received a proposal to have the stacked back-to-back townhouses, and that was a zoning amendment the applicant had submitted, and that was a zoning request.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Councillor Butler?
Thank you, Your Worship. Before I ask a question, I just wanted to make a comment that this council should recognize that respect and dignity and a decorum should take place. And no councillor should make snide remarks. It's not acceptable. And I don't appreciate the remark that, even though he was trying to be funny, that Councillor Lubberts made. Having said that, I wonder if we could just go back to slide 7 for a moment. Thank you. In one of the reports that I read, in terms of the number of layers for the block, I think it said 5 or 6, am I correct?
Through your worship to the councillors, it's 3.5 stories, so maybe I could go to, the renderings, that may help you. So, so if you would see here, there is one unit which is below ground, partially below ground, then one here, 1 story, 2 and 3. That's the number of stories.
Okay, that's what I was confused about. The one that's partially underground, it's still a unit with enough window height
Yep.
for people to crawl out if there's a fire or there's access for, okay, that's all I needed to.
Thank you.
Anyone before we let Ms. Delwaria go? Thank you very much, Ms. Delwaria.
Thank you.
So now we'll hear from the proponent or the agent for the proponent. And if we could have your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Ria Davis, at 1240 Dartmouth Gate, Stony Creek.
Please proceed.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ria Davis, planner at NPG Planning Solutions. I'm here with our president, John Hendricks. We are here this evening on behalf of the applicants to provide information on our proposed stacked townhouse development. Our site is currently zoned neighborhood development, and we are requesting a rezoning to RM1 residential multiple zone. Our application was filed in May 2021 and deemed complete in June 2021. Our application was deemed complete prior to Council's decision of Council's adoption of the Crystal Beach Secondary Plan and zoning in December 2021. This slide shows our site's location and provides details on the site. The site is currently vacant and is accessed from Repstock Road. The site is approximately 1.5 hectares in size and has 27.6 meters of frontage on Repstock Road. Access to the proposed development will be from Repstock Road. The site is surrounded by, on 2 sides by Crystal Ridge Park and Crystal Ridge Arena. The site also joins existing single detached family homes on both Repstock Road and Ridge Road South. This slide shows our proposed plan for the site. We have updated the proposed plan based on feedback from town staff and from our neighbors who attended the open house held earlier. As this plan has revisions, we have printed copies of it for members of council and members of the community, as we want to be transparent about the changes to the plan. We will explain the changes as we go through the proposed plan. Please be sure to take a copy of the revised plan, which you may keep. The proposed plan is for stacked back-to-back townhouses with 6 blocks of townhouses located on the site. The gray blocks are 3.5-story stacked townhouses. Blocks A and D have yellow-colored units at the end. These are 2-story townhouses to provide lower height adjacent to the existing single homes closest to these blocks. The orange blocks, blocks E and F in the center, are also 3.5 stories stacked townhouses. We are proposing a mix of housing unit types as follows: 22 3-bedroom units, 72 2-bedroom units, and 60 1-bedroom units. The total number of units is 154. Parking is provided through 194 spaces and 20 bicycle parking spaces. I want to go through the revisions we made based on the feedback we have received. The amenity area at the northwest corner has been increased in size since our initial proposal. We've increased the setback adjacent to Crystal Ridge Park and homes on Repstock Road. We have redesigned the parking area on the east side to be a double row of parking with a treed landscaped area. We have reoriented blocks E and F. They were originally north-south and are now east-west. We have added amenity area between blocks E and F. We have widened the internal sidewalks adjacent to the parking areas to be 2 meters in width. We have reduced the number of units by 15. As mentioned earlier, we have reduced the height adjacent to the neighbors on Repstock and Ridge Road South. So overall, we believe the site is appropriate for stacked townhouses as we are proposing a mix of housing sizes. We have designed the site to minimize impact on our neighbors and provide units that face the park and arena, providing natural surveillance or eyes on the park. This slide shows the stacked townhouse model from 2 perspectives. On the left, the colored drawing shows how the units fit together. A lower level unit, 2 upper level units, with 1 on the main floor and 1 unit above the main floor. The colored drawings also show that the buildings step back after the first floor to reduce the massing. There is no straight wall of height. The colored drawing also shows that the buildings step back after the first floor. On the right is a cross-section of the stacked townhouses. Here we are showing how the back-to-back approach works. You can see that the units are backing onto each other and sharing a common wall. You can also see the step back and how it is implemented. We'd like to share with you renderings of what the proposed development will look like. First, the area on the left of this is the center blocks as described earlier. This is the north-south orientation of the original proposal. We've since revised the proposal to orient this as east to west. But this rendering shows you what those center blocks will look like. On the right are the 3.5-story units. You can see how they are accessed as well as how the step backs work. We're also changing the materials for each level so that the buildings provide visual interest. This slide shows the center blocks. Again, in a north-south direction, the center blocks contain step backs as well. We did not have time to update the renderings, so the amenity area is not shown on the renderings, but it is in our latest version of the plan. This slide and the subsequent slides are the details of our requested zoning bylaw to implement this development. We are requesting a rezoning to RM1 with site-specific provisions that recognize the stacked back-to-back townhouses as a permitted use, implement the planned density of the site, provide 35% of landscaping, provide frontage on Repstock Road at 27.6 meters. Our proposal meets all the setback requirements of the RM1 zone with the exception of one small area adjacent to Crystal Ridge Arena. This property is not square in shape. It has more depth at the east than it does at the west. This leads to one small area of Block B that is less than the required 6-meter setback, and it is at 4.5 meters. Approximately half of Block B meets the 6-meter setback, but a small portion does not. We think the small reduction is appropriate as the setback is provided closest to the neighboring residences and exceeds the 6-meter requirement. The stacked townhouse model is a 3.5-story in height building form with a height of 13 meters. We're requesting this height provision to be included in the bylaw so we can provide the range of housing unit sizes. Our parking ratio is proposed at 1.25 spaces per unit. We have completed a traffic brief which confirms this rate is appropriate. There are provisions we are requesting exceptions for in the bylaw to address our proposal. Recognizing the back-to-back model, which means providing 8 units in a row, is not possible, an exception is requested here. Providing common amenity space, whereas the town's bylaw requires individual units to have amenity areas. This housing model does not allow the individual amenity area space. We have completed studies to support this project, and I want to touch on each study. First one for transportation. As mentioned, the parking report we propose is supported in this study. The study examined the driveway access to Repstock Road and confirms that the driveway will function appropriately. There will be a slight delay of a few seconds in the morning for drivers exiting our property, but this is on our property. This study also looked at the intersection and roads around. All continue to function at approximately the same level of service. There will be minor delays of a few seconds for some turns, but nothing more than that. Next is for servicing. We've completed servicing studies for infrastructure. For water and wastewater, appropriate connections can be made. The town initiated a review of our study, which was paid for by our client and managed by town staff. An upgrade to one section of wastewater pipe is needed, which will be at the cost of the developer. Water service is fine, and for storm water, we are proposing an underground storage tank to store the storm water and release it slowly to the stormwater system. For archaeology, the stage 1 and 2 studies were completed with no findings. This slide shows the sun-shadow analysis of our proposal, as also covered by Anamika. It's important to set some context for this. So sun-shadow studies are done on the solstice, June 21st and December 21st, and the equinox, March 21st and September 21st. The requirements for sun-shadow studies have us look at the morning and the early evening so we can understand the impact, especially when the sun is rising and setting. Sun-shadow studies typically use spring and fall as the required timelines, and we have included summer and winter in the interest of transparency. In the morning time, which is shown on the left-hand side of the screen, there are no shadows falling upon the adjacent homes in this study period. Crystal Ridge Park receives a minimum of 7 hours of sunlight in spring and about 9 hours of sunlight in fall. In the evening time, which is shown towards your right, there is a partial shadowing on a few properties. The residential properties facing Ridge Road South will receive a minimum of 9 hours of sunlight. So, in summary, the proposed development is supported by the provincial policy statement, the growth plan, the Niagara Region official plan, and the Town of Fort Erie official plan. The proposal provides an opportunity for intensification within the Crystal Ridge secondary plan, creating new housing and contributing to a more diversified housing mix in Fort Erie. We think the proposed use and scale is compatible with the neighborhood and provides benefit of passive surveillance to the park users. Overall, the development makes efficient use of the currently vacant lands. is in the town's interest and represents good land use planning. This concludes our presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your and through you, Your Worship, thank you very much for the presentation this evening. Just looking through at the proposed site plan with the units and the way they're laid out in the property, I really have one question, and it kind of ties into your last slide where you said it represents good planning. I'm just wondering, was there any consideration given perhaps to a low-rise condominium apartment building that could perhaps better utilize the space available on this property and be set back further from the residents? I'm just wondering if that's something that was considered at all.
So, Ms. Davis, you have somebody standing beside you.
Yes.
Perhaps you could identify yourself?
Thanks, Your Worship. John Hendricks, President of MPG Planning Solutions, and I'm here in Mary Lou's place because Mary Lou was didn't think she'd pass protocol here for COVID, although she is
Right.
testing negative. So that's the good
You're
news.
Ms. Davis's boss, and she did an excellent job.
I thought so too, and so did Mary Lou. She is monitoring, so thank you, but appreciate that.
You're here to assist in answering any questions that Ms. Davis
Correct,
may have
although
for you.
I have to say, Ms. Davis has a handle on the details, but I think there's some questions that came up that I might tackle.
Sure.
Or I might just simply agree with your director, or acting director, whatever he is right now.
Please proceed.
We've known each other a long time, so
Good.
great respect.
Good to know. So the question and the answer.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it was part of something that we contemplated, but again, it goes back to the point of affordability of the units that we would be having, which would be just if you're considering just one block of apartments, things like that. So we thought block townhouses or stacked back-to-back townhouses would be more appropriately set in the current neighborhood context as opposed to having a taller apartment building kind of a structure.
Councillor Dubanow?
Thank you, Worship. So just so I understand this, it's your opinion that that these type of units and the layout on this site here would be better than perhaps a 4 or 5 story, perhaps wider building, L-shaped at the back of the property, just kind of set back from residents. You think that would be more affordable and a better use of the property?
We can look at the designs and things like that, right? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. But yeah, like typically apartment blocks, in terms of their massing, there's only so much you can control, as opposed to with what we have done with the townhouses is we have stepped back at every level to ensure that the massing is kind of tapering, which typically apartment blocks wouldn't do it. So we can certainly take a look at it, but we have taken special consideration and been mindful of how these townhouses are affecting our neighbors.
Certainly, and Your Worship, just so I can clarify really quick, it's not my suggestion that we have apartment blocks laid out like this. My suggestion, just to clarify, is that perhaps even a building pushed further back on the property, closer to the park side, away from the houses, may be perhaps a more suitable alternative considering the land use. We all understand the challenges of density and where we're going here. It's just, I'm sure you'll hear from residents this evening the concerns they have. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through the presenter. Thank you for your presentation. In regard to the underground tank for stormwater management, now who's going to be maintaining that? That never gets turned over to the town, right?
That's definitely a private facility, as I understand the proposal, if it's on site. That's intended to manage the stormwater coming from the buildings on the site. That would not be a municipal facility, private facility.
Okay, thank you. And further to that, in regards to, this is a condo project?
Correct.
So in regards to maintaining the underground tank, any ideas of who's going to be maintaining it, what the cost would be if something goes wrong?
So through you, Your Worship, I understand the temptation to sort of drive into some of these details. Many of these would be sorted at the site plan stage as well as the condominium stage. So in terms of who specifically is going to be maintaining that, obviously we wouldn't be at that point in the process yet, but it would be privately maintained, and it would have to be maintained to a standard suitable for those the waters being received off-site. So it has to meet minimum standard.
Thank you for that explanation, but in regards to, you were talking about affordability, and I'm just wondering, to maintain that underground tank, what would that add to the condo fees in a general sense to maintain that?
Yeah, these are great questions, and obviously all of these expenses have an impact on affordability no matter what we do. Density is intended to provide us with more housing options that are more affordable at a range of prices. There's no question that impacts condo fees, but that would be the case if you were talking about surface parking and an apartment building as well. That's not going to make any difference. The answer is still the same. We have to provide some sort of stormwater management on the site.
Thank you for that. If I can continue, in regards to the, what do they call it, the shadowing effect, we have on our Appendix 5 for March 20th at 6 p.m. until June, we have, at least the picture that I'm looking at, if I'm understanding it correctly, has the backyards of the houses on Ridge Road pretty much in the shade from 6 p.m. on.
Sorry.
Sorry, what were your dates?
It was March
Spring,
20th?
December, or certainly winter.
Spring equinox.
So that would be the, to the right, right? And it's the first image under spring.
So the right set of images, top left, is spring.
Okay.
And then winter, if you're looking at winter, that's where I would expect to see the most impact.
So we have on page 28 of our package, 6 p.m. on March 20th, which is what Councillor Noyes is referring to, and it shows pretty much all of the backyards on Ridge Road covered, and in fact, shadows extending across Ridge Road.
Sorry, we don't have that in front of us at the moment, so I don't have context. Your
Yeah,
Worship,
so in the
apologize.
report, you'll have an opportunity to look at it. It's page 28 of our report.
Right, don't put it up on the screen just so we can see it. No, can't? No.
Yeah,
Well, it's your staff report.
yeah, it's our staff report. I don't know that it's loaded in there.
I'll just have if Alex can show me.
Appendix 5. Yeah, it's 6 p.m. in the spring is to June.
Yeah, the sun's going to be still pretty low. Okay. Okay, yep.
Okay, so
I'm seeing that. So I understand what your point being.
just, so,
The sun's very low in the horizon at that point.
well, okay, it's April, if I can continue.
Please.
Your Worship. It's April now.
Right.
It's light out now till 8 o'clock. And from what I read in the report, that shadowing continues until June. So it's, from March, April, and May, well,
Your Worship, I don't mean to be combative in any way. You see what you see in the reports, but if I can clarify, I'm agreeing with you in April. We've also had the clock move ahead an hour. And so March 20th is going to look very different than April 11th, just on how these are done. So let's be careful in not drawing conclusions. But certainly in the summer, again, if the sun is lower in the horizon, we would expect to see the shadows increasing later in the day. And obviously it'd be later in the day in the summer. And in fact, in that case, the sun's actually coming from the northwest. And so you're starting to see the shadows in that case late in the day coming on a southeast angle. So I'm certainly not debating the fact that the shadows do get long at the end of the day.
Well, and I'm not going to be combative with you, I'm just looking at this picture, and it says 6 PM, so to me, that's not that much later
6
in the day.
PM on which date, which
On
photo?
March
are you-
20th.
20th. So to me, that's not.
But
maybe
you're now
it's-
extrapolating that, you're taking that further down.
Well, it's somewhere in the report, the next picture, I think, was June.
So we do have on page 34, there is a picture, June the 21st at 4 PM. Sorry, 6 PM.
I have 9 PM.
Yeah.
And then one at 7 PM. That's on page
Yeah, I see it.
35.
Yes, I do see it. So I am concerned about the shadowing for those people who live along Ridge Road.
Yeah, your worship, is it?
Anyway, I'm going to, if I can continue, I have a different question. I'm sure we'll work that out. In regard to affordability, what are the costs for these units we're anticipating, like crystal ball gazing?
I think that's a question best answered by the applicant. I think there's a range of prices, as I understand it, starting in the mid 400, okay, starting in the low 400s. And they could be getting up into below $1 million, I would imagine, but way below $1 million. Yeah, 700s. So we're sort of on the fly here, but
Okay,
those are not planning questions, so those are market related. But
That's fine, and I appreciate it. For the ones that are the least expensive, what is the square footage of those?
500?
For the one bedrooms, there'd be 400 square meters.
Okay, so it would be about 400.
Square meters or
Sorry,
square feet?
Sorry, I'm just taking the plan here. Square feet.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Just one last question, I won't keep you any longer. In regards to the driveway coming out onto Rebstock Road, you have a plan, on one side you have you have a landscape strip that's much bigger on, I would say, the east side, and on the west side you have what you call a walking path, but then you have a very narrow landscape strip. What is the size of that landscape strip?
We don't have it on our plan. We don't have the particular dimension in our plan, but it would be in the range of about 1.5 to 2 meters.
So about 4 feet. Okay, thank you.
The other-
Just to add to that, sorry. So initially, our initial proposal was showing a 3-meter wide buffer there as well. But through discussions with staff, when we were requested to increase the width of the internal walkway to 2 meters, which is where we tend to reduce that particular buffer. But overall, including the walkway and that landscape buffer, we are at 4 meters.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. I thought you did a great job, too. Just, I wanted to ask you for some clarity with respect to the two things. One is the 1.25 parking spaces. And I'm not sure how familiar you are with our area, but we don't have great transit here. So we rely heavily on our cars. I'm not sure, in my opinion, and it's only my opinion, that a family is only going to have one car. I think that that's unrealistic in our area. And I wonder if you could just clarify that for me.
Through you, Your Worship, a couple of things in response. We've obviously had a traffic consultant take a look at that as well. And I understand, you know, the context for your comment. The 1.25 seems a little high in the terms of the parking we would typically provide. Certainly it's consistent with what we've seen in Niagara Falls, and we've certainly debated with them that that's too high. I would say 1.25 in this context here makes more sense, given some of your comments. There's a couple other things I always say to clients. Can you sell your units with less than 2 parking stalls per unit. And because I have actually worked for a company in the apartment building business, and that's something that in the marketing area we were looking at the time. So that also drives this. They have to be able to sell these units, and they have to have enough parking with those units. So that's point number one. Point number two, some of these units are smaller, as is evidenced by the evidence that Ms. Davis just gave you with regard to unit size. And again, that drives down the number of parking spaces needed per unit. If we look at this as assuming that everybody has a 1,200 square foot home, then sure, we're looking at 2 stalls per home. That makes some sense. But if you only have 1 occupant in the dwelling, it hardly makes sense to require 2 parking spaces for every one of the units involved. So we could certainly debate, you know, what's going to win the day in the end, but as well, these folks have to sell these units. And so the combination of professional experience and how we've seen this play out, and you do have a transit system serving the area as well, such that it is, the region has some responsibilities as well to continue to provide that service to you and hopefully improve it over time with, well, assuming we're still heading in a regional transit system, which we'll leave that to others to speak to. But I hope that helps.
Yeah, I get your argument, but I don't necessarily agree with the philosophy of it. Just knowing my hometown, right, that transit is problematic here, and but we're doing a good job for a small town. If there's overflow with respect to parking, well, I guess I should ask you, how many parking spaces are there comparative to the amount of units that are going to be available? I know that's in the report, but I can't
At
remember.
1.25 spaces per unit.
And
Is
how
that what
many
you meant?
units?
150.
194 parking spaces
Oh, I see,
and
okay.
154 dwelling units.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last part. 194 parking spaces?
Yeah, and
Versus-
154 dwelling units.
And are there any visitor spaces at all included in that amount?
Yeah, 1.25 would be inclusive of the visitor spaces. So if you do the math, it would be about 36 visitor spaces.
Okay, thank you. And then the last question that I have, Your Worship, is with respect to the landscaping on the roadway coming in and the privacy for the 2 neighbors on each side that are abutting that. Can you just kind of describe what that would look like?
Sure. So as Anamika had described earlier, we would start with a perimeter fence. That would be the first layer. And then as you come in, there would be landscape buffer. On the east side of that entryway, we are looking at about 1.5 meters of landscape buffer. But that will also be abutted by a 2-meter wide walkway. So in effect, there's a 4-meter wide buffer between the property line and then the parking spaces that are being laid out. And on the west side of the property, there's a 3-meter landscape buffer between the property line and the parking area.
With trees.
With trees, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other councillors? Councillor Lubberts.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop. What was your name again?
John.
John. John, thank you very much, and I appreciate the comments on the traffic study. But if I remember correctly, when I read the traffic study that was done by your people, they did say that they didn't find comparables from other municipalities for certain things. So without those comparables, it's, in my opinion, it's a little difficult to actually say what is appropriate for parking spaces. And so I think our staff has done a good job as to what is required for parking spaces. And but can you comment at all about the fact that your consultant couldn't find comparables for some of the things in his traffic study.
Well, I can't speak for other consultants who are professionals in their field. We did not complete that study. But it happens where there is nothing in the immediate area, so they have to rely on their experience generally with these in similar circumstances. But in the immediate area, I can see them having that difficulty, given that we've already heard that there are no back-to-back stacked towns in Fort Erie. This is still relatively new development form.
So it would be fair to say that their results aren't scientific, I
No,
guess.
that wouldn't be fair to say either.
No?
No, we can agree to disagree, that's fine.
Without comparables? All right, and I guess my next question is, this whole project with your density and the size and everything, and I guess it's no big secret, there's a whole lot of people that are very unhappy with what's being proposed. And you're all familiar with slide 7 from Anamika's report. And we're asking to change everything. And
Is your question, Councillor Lubberts?
what was the reasoning not to go by what is recommended by the town of Fort Erie? We have setbacks, we have all the things that are listed, but you decided that you would break all the rules, I guess you could say. Why can't you build something that complies to all the rules that are set forward by the town of Fort Erie?
Through you, Your Worship, to the councillor, well, we haven't broken all the rules, but I understand the context for your question, so let me try to answer it this way. I think the director has addressed this to some degree earlier. The application was necessary in order to have any form of residential development of this nature, and the RM zone was selected after some consultation with staff as to what would be appropriate. And obviously that consultation was taking place when a secondary plan was underway. We had a sense of what the density was going to be, and we tried to reflect that at the time. Obviously, council has made a decision subsequent to the application being filed, which now places us in this awkward situation where we're being told that we don't comply with the rules, but we do comply with the rules of filing an application, having it considered, and we did our utmost to maintain as much of the RM1 zone as we could. And I also want to point out that even on the landscaped area, it wasn't intended for humor, but okay. The landscaped area, we also have not included in the calculation of 38.3, I think it is, that there's also rooftop landscaping, green roofs that are considered as part of this proposal, and we can integrate that into the final design if that's important. So there are going to be some site-specific changes that are always part of these kinds of applications that we feel are appropriate, and in our professional opinion, obviously we're here supporting it. And council's certainly entitled to disagree with it, and I think that point has been made. The mayor has made that point earlier. We are entitled to apply, and you're entitled to disagree, and that is part of the process. We understand, and I'll just add, intensification is necessary now. We have no other option anywhere. That form of intensification, I understand it's going to be difficult for residents in existing neighborhoods to accept it, but we need to provide housing to our kids and our grandkids, and we have to find a way to afford. I have a 34-year-old daughter living at home with us. She can't afford anything in this region. She's got a great job. She's been a great employer. She doesn't have a hope of owning a single-family home. This is about the only form of housing she may have a hope once she continues to save her down payment. So the reality is we have to do something. And if we don't do it here, we have many other people saying the same thing to us all over the region. Not in my neighborhood. And unfortunately, we have no other choice. We have a growth plan we have to respect. We have density and intensification that certainly the region's identified. We have natural heritage areas that need to be protected, which is forcing the housing that we are going to provide into infill situations like this. And I know it's uncomfortable for everybody involved. So we're here supporting something that we feel makes a lot of sense, backing on to open space as it is. And you'll note that the buildings have been pushed out towards those areas, away from the housing. And if there's some dialogue that's needed around the buffering next to the existing houses on the entranceway in, that's fair dialogue to have. But to suggest that we're breaking the rules, that we're doing something not appropriate, I think that's incredibly unfair. And given the context, I understand the neighborhood concerns and the political concerns that you're faced with, but on the policy basis of what we have to do in the province of Ontario anymore, especially in Niagara, this is we're dealing with this all the time now. It's just a matter of what we have to do. So thank you for enduring that.
Don't worry, I'll have some questions.
Yes, I understand that, but are you saying that we need to do something, so we have to put this large of a scale of development on such a small piece of property? I get what you're saying. We need affordability, and we need more density, but we provide those areas for that type of density within our secondary plans and our official plans
Okay,
and our
Councillor
zoning
Lubberts,
bylaws.
questions? Questions,
And
Councillor Lubberts? Questions?
are you saying that what we have provided as far as our zoning is not appropriate for what needs to be done? Because you can sell a piece of property or one of your units on the proper size property. You can sell, do all the things you need to do if you had this proper size property. This whole development could be done on the proper size property. And are you saying that there's no way we can do that anymore because it won't be cost effective?
Well, that'd be a manner of interpreting what I've said. I think the key question is, can we continue to build single-family homes the way we were 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago? And the answer is no, we can't. How I planned subdivisions 20 years ago, I can't even design those anymore because there's nowhere to put them.
So, Mr. Hendricks, we're giving you a lot of latitude, and you're providing us with your philosophy, and that's great. I think that helps to understand how you come to this particular proposal. But maybe we could respond to the questions and keep it brief.
Doing the best I can, but fair enough. The answer is this is appropriate for this site.
Councillor Lubberts?
That's our professional opinion.
Yeah, Councillor Lubberts?
Okay, I guess I have no more questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Zanko?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to, I'm sorry, I'm John, right?
John, yep. And
John.
Yep.
Just two questions, and I'm not sure if I heard this correctly, but did you suggest that if these changes were not approved, residential development would not be possible at this site?
No, I don't think we could say it's not possible. It would be less dense, therefore less affordable. That's the short version of the answer. It's all hypothetical, of course.
Okay.
What might be proposed here in the absence of this proposal? We've heard apartments is one option, townhouses would be another. I don't know what those would cost, but they would be more costly.
Councillor Zanko?
Yes, and just one further question through Your Worship. So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're stating that a 400 square foot home valued at $400,000 is affordable housing?
Not in the social housing. If you're trying to compare social housing to this, no, that's not what we're suggesting. What I'm saying is that the units that we have are more affordable than standard townhouse, standard single-family, semi-detached, row townhouses, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll go back to you, Councillor Noyes. I have some questions myself, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to the presenters. A question in regards to this development. Do you think the height, the bulk, and the arrangement of buildings and structures achieve a harmonious design compatible integration with the surrounding area and not negatively impact on lower density residential uses?
Yes, we support that statement.
So you think that this is harmonious design with the residents around it?
Through you, Your Worship, I want to point out that compatibility doesn't mean same as. So we understand it as different, and Mayor's smiling because he's heard that plenty of times before, I suppose, from other planners. And that's a commonly understood principle. So as long as we are taking into account how the interface with the existing residential is going to work, and I believe that this concept has done that, does that mean that there couldn't be some fine-tuning of the concept? Absolutely, we could fine-tune that depending on what's important to people. But in terms of the overall concept changing, no, we don't see a need for that.
Further question, Mayor Redekop, in regards to, do you feel that this is going to have any negative impact on the on the existing homes in the area?
An inappropriate planning impact, no. Is it going to have a negative impact? That's subjective.
Okay. The next question is about do you think the need for open space? This particular development has pretty much minimal open space in regards to, like, take the parking out of it, in regards to the 4.5, which is recommended per unit. You guys just want that removed completely, right?
Yeah, just to clarify on that, that was a great question earlier. I think, as I understand it, that's related more to what's typically been developed, rear yards off of towns, for example. In this case, this is more in line with what you would typically, and I think between the two councillors here, you're both asking similar questions. Is it more like an apartment? And I would say in that context, this is more like an apartment, but it's not an apartment. It's also different. But the notion of common amenity areas and grouped amenity space is really what we're trying to achieve here. And you see that with the concept between the two orange blocks. If you'll remember, there's some of that. And then there's a block up in the northwest corner near the park space. And then on top of that, there's also the park space behind to the west and to the north.
Councillor Noyes?
One last question, and this is coming way out of left field. This particular council has been very aware of the injury to birds and the number of birds that get killed flying into buildings. Have you guys looked at that at all in regards to how the effect is going to be on the birds that are flying around?
That's a question that, two parts to the answer, Your Worship. I would say the first part is that's a question for the architects, but it's certainly a question that could be posed at site plan as well. If we get to that point, those are the kinds of things I would expect to see discussed. But I understand the point you're making. I actually saw something on one of our channels recently on that topic, and I think that's understood the concern. I don't know what the solution is, but I understand that. And I understand there is some technology evolving.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. So I have a few questions, and at some point, I don't know whether the owner wants to respond to any questions, but I may have some later. But I just wanted to touch on a few items, and the one had to do with traffic. And do you know when the traffic study was done? What time of year?
It was before we submitted our application, which was in May, so it was before that.
In 2021?
In 2021.
When no American residents were coming over the border. One of the things that you may not be aware of, and you can tell me if you are, we've held up some commercial developments on the street, the next main street to the east, because of our concerns about the flow of traffic into Crystal Beach and into Ridgeway because of the amount of development that's taken place and is projected to take place. Do you know if that was considered by the traffic consultant?
Okay, so we don't know at this point, but I think, Your Worship, what would be something we would take back to the owner is that we have a look at that. Certainly understand your point about the American tourists and likely owners as well that are coming back. Point taken.
Okay. And you did talk about the parking spaces, 194 for 154 units, 44 visitors. I'm just wondering, again, whether you would know if the consultant, the traffic consultant, upon whom these numbers was based, I believe, whether that consultant is familiar with the area. This is not Mississauga, this is not Stony Creek, this is not Hamilton, this is not Niagara Falls. And most people, to live in a semi-rural municipality, require a vehicle. Would you know where the traffic consultant is from?
Well, I'll answer it this way. Offhand, I don't. The consultant's doing a lot of work with us in other files in Niagara, so they're well experienced in Niagara generally. But again, your point is taken, and all I can say is they're professionals, and we will certainly take both your questions back to them and have them address that from a, just to ensure that the local context has been appropriately addressed.
You mentioned about intensification being necessary, and you gave quite a spirited and impassioned dialogue with respect to the need for greater intensification, basically reflecting, I think, on the direction the provincial government would like all municipalities to go. Are you familiar with any of the developments that have been approved in Fort Erie recently in terms of intensification, including the one that was the subject of a public meeting just before yours?
We're involved with several projects. I can think of another one, not in Crystal Beach, but one that was finally approved recently. Not sure where you're going with the question, so
Well,
enlighten me a little bit further.
Yeah, where I'm going is that I felt an undercurrent of chastisement for us thinking that perhaps this is too dense, and maybe not recognizing the fact that we've had to deal with a lot of plans of subdivision where there have been decisions made that have required intensification. So it's not something that this council has been concerned about shying away from if we believed it was in the interest of the community at large. I'm just wondering if you're familiar with
I appreciate that clarification on what you're asking. And no, my intent was not to chastise your worship, certainly not you or any other member of council, so I'll apologize for any indication at all that that was the case. In fact, it's quite not. I think I also acknowledge how difficult these decisions are for every council that's having to face them, because what's happening is, and this isn't new to this particular government, this has been ongoing now for, 20 years. The intensification piece, we've been having to deal with this more and more, and I would say that overall, I've been pretty pleased with how that's been addressed. We've seen some really innovative stuff happening, even since I came to Niagara 10 years ago in Niagara on the Lake, and not everybody likes it, but the reality is everybody has to deal with it in some fashion. So no, I'm not chastising. I appreciate that these are difficult political challenges. They're also difficult for those of us who have to attend these public meetings routinely, and we know that there's going to be people upset with good planning. So it's the reality is I'm getting more passionate about it, maybe because my 34-year-old daughter is still living at home. But in fairness to her, that's not really fair. I think it's just that this is the reality that we're all having to deal with, and I'm really concerned. I'm legitimately concerned about providing housing for people, on top of the fact that we know so many new Canadians are coming to our country, and a lot of them are going to be settling around here. So it's not intended in any way to browbeat councils into decisions that are uncomfortable. It's just we all have to face it, not just the council, but all of us as residents. I live on a 40-foot wide lot in Niagara on the Lake, and I'm told that's too small by some of my neighbors. And I'm feeling pretty good about where we're sitting now compared to where our daughter's going to be. So I'm not angry with any of you. I'm more, how do we figure this out? And we're doing the best we can. All of us.
One of the provisions in our official plan talks about compatible integration with surrounding area and not negatively impacting lower density residential areas. And that would be a concern for us. You talk about it being a political decision. It's a bit more than a political decision because we all live in the community. You understand that. You don't live in Fort Erie.
Nope.
Ms. Davis has indicated she doesn't live in Fort Erie. Pretty confident that none of the owner group lives in Fort Erie. But this is our community. So you understand why we would be a little concerned about the nature of development and how it integrates into the existing neighborhoods. You appreciate that?
Absolutely.
So I wonder if we could you put up slide number 7, Mr. Patton, or
R7 or staff 7?
Town of Fort Erie is 7.
I know the slide you're looking for.
Right, that's the one that deals with the numerous changes that are being requested, starting with the form of housing. There's a list of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 types of housing that could be put on this parcel. None of those 9 happens to be stacked back-to-back townhouse dwelling. So that's a major change that your clients are requesting, correct?
I understand it to be a change, something new to Fort Erie for sure. But can I qualify my answer a wee bit?
Of course.
Thank you. What we have found in a lot of municipalities is the definition for apartment fits what back-to-back stacked would be. I understand in this case, I'm gathering it does not, but typically that would align. That definition.
Well, I'm just looking here through the list of what the permitted uses are. I don't think apartment buildings is there, actually.
Yeah, and again, this goes, and I'm not pointing fingers, Your Worship, but we did spend a lot of time dealing with staff on this before we filed the application, and there was dialogue back and forth, RM1, RM2. RM1 was what was landed on, so yes, if it needs a site-specific amendment to deal with that, then that's why it's there.
I get the minimum lot frontage. You've only got the one point of access, and it's only 27 meters. Ms. Davis has pointed out that the minimum rear yard, there's only one small portion of the development that would offend that. In terms of the landscaped area, quite a significant reduction. You said that there's some rooftop plantings.
Yeah, green rooftops contemplated on the third floor.
So if we were to include that, wouldn't we have to expand the size of the footprint of the property? I mean, you can't put a building on it and count that as built-up coverage, put a garden on top of it and count that as landscape as well, because what you're doing is you're expanding the size of the footprint, are you not?
Well, I'm certainly not arguing that it's to be included in the 38%. I'm simply pointing out that part of the justification for 38% is that. So.
The big change, the other big change is the density. Your clients are basically proposing 3 times the density which the M1 zone would provide, which is a significant increase in density.
On the zoning, true, but on the official plan at the time, there was no maximum density contemplated, and then we understood at some point it was being changed to somewhere between 50 and 100. So we've come in as close to 100 as we could, and certainly if there's more dialogue needed to get it under 100, I'm sure that is possible, but I don't want to commit anything specific here. I'm simply trying to answer your question, Your Worship.
Well, so you're going to rely on a secondary plan that your clients weren't bound by, and now that the density has been reduced, you're suggesting that.
Your Worship, again, I wasn't intending to be argumentative, but I pointed out that at the time we applied, there was no maximum at all.
That's right. So it could be higher, could be low, could be medium, could be whatever.
It could have been higher, and we applied for something at 112, I believe.
And council has to make the decision as to whether we think that level of density is appropriate. Correct.
And I think at one point, oh, okay. Yes, it's your decision.
No privacy areas. You've indicated that there will be a couple of amenity areas, and I made the comment that that's more likely what you would see in a larger city.
You made that comment?
Yeah, okay. And Ms. Dilwar, you quite correctly pointed out that there's no place in Fort Erie where we have that type of arrangement.
Again, on apartment sites, you have apartment sites, you would certainly have it in those situations.
Right, if this was an apartment. And I know that you're saying that it's akin to an apartment.
Well, it's often, the definition for apartment in many bylaws would recognize this.
So at this stage of the game, you may not, I think you don't know the answer to, you know the size of some of the units. I think the owner would know the size of the proposed units, the 1, 2, 3 bedroom units, may have a better idea of the price. He's indicated a range. And I've got a couple of questions of the owner, or owners, if they don't mind.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you are Sherrod McQueen?
I'm Sherrod McQueen, sir, yes.
Thank you. So I'm just interested in knowing if you have any developments other than this one that are in the works in Niagara or that you've completed in Niagara.
Yes, I have a development on McLeod Road in Niagara Falls, and they are stacked townhomes that have been contemplated there, and we are going to be turning them over to the residents in May. So they're almost built, and we have a few more sites on McLeod Road and Kayla Road at various stage in planning.
Okay, and what's the density of that McLeod Road stacked townhouse development?
It's about 120 units per hectare, so we have, it's 120 units per hectare.
Okay, and that's in Niagara Falls.
Yes, sir.
Anywhere else?
Yes, well, that's the only one that we've started building currently. We have another one down the road on McLeod Road that's 60 units. We have another site at Alex and McLeod that's 108 units. And we have a site on Kayla Road that's 97 units. And then we have a site adjoining the Phase 1 site, which I just spoke of, which is 39 units. So we're gonna have a total of just under 90 units on that site.
And any municipalities outside of Niagara Falls?
Yes, I own a retirement home in Aurelia, and we have 4 sites in Aurelia. We have a site in Port Severn, Muskoka as well.
Okay. And how frequently have you been to the site in Fort Erie?
I like to come to the site once a week. We come down and visit the site. We've also have another site on Ridgeway that we are currently working with staff on that site as well to bring before council.
You own a parcel in Ridgeway?
Yes, well, it's under contract, 14 Ridgeway Drive across from the, there's a cemetery there, so right across from the cemetery and beside the church, we have that parcel under contract.
Okay, which means you're going to buy it, but you haven't bought it yet?
Exactly.
Okay. So then if you come down frequently, then you're familiar with the neighborhood?
Yes, I'm familiar with the neighborhood.
And you're familiar that it's mostly single-family dwellings?
Currently, yes.
Well, that's what we're talking about currently.
Yes, we are, but we also have to speak about the future.
Well, I asked you a question about what it's like now,
Yes,
and that would be currently.
yes, and I said yes, currently it is.
Great. So what is the range of sizes of these units that you've spoken about? Ms. Davis indicated there were 22 one-bedroom units, I believe.
Correct.
That's what she said. And the size of those units?
Well, because we are still in the planning phase, we know what the total square footage of the site is going to be, and that is not going to change. But we haven't directly delineated what the unit size is, and we don't have the pricing yet because we're still contemplating. We may have to lose a couple units to get under the 100 units per hectare. So we don't have an exact amount, but we know we're going to be around the $600 a square foot mark. So if you have a unit that's 500 square feet and you're at $600 a square foot, that's going to be 300 grand. So earlier when they said it was going to be 1,000 a square foot, we misspoke, but the prices are going to range between 600 and 650 a square foot.
Who was it that misspoke?
Well, when we were speaking, we said the smallest unit was going to be 400 square feet and it was going to be $400,000. Well, that's 1,000 a square foot. So it's not going to be 1,000 square foot. We're going to be in the $600 a square foot range when we initially released the prices. So that would say a one bedroom could be in the high threes.
Do you have any idea what it might cost to develop this property the way you've proposed it with the sewer upgrade that you're required to make and the underground stormwater management system?
Yes, we've done a holding tank at our other site, so we're familiar with that's going to cost, and some of the upgrades that we've contemplated that based on our numbers, we're comfortable with it.
So what do you think the total cost will be for you to develop this property before you sell anything? You've built everything, but before you sell anything?
Including the land, just under 30 million.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other members of council that have any questions? Councillor Lubberts?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop, and thank you very much. I think we met once before.
Yes, we had the
Yes.
pleasure of meeting.
You said you have a project in Niagara Falls that you're just getting ready to turn over to the owners,
Yes, sir.
right? And that density was 100 units per hectare,
120, yes.
120. And You have other projects on the go. You have a 30-unit complex, you have a 60 and 90. What are their densities, zoning?
Well, the density in Niagara is different, but they're all over 100 units per hectare. They're between
your-
115 to 135 units per hectare.
All your projects?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thanks.
Any others? Councillor Noyes?
Thank you. One last question. In regards to the one on McLeod Road in Niagara Falls, is that stacked townhouses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So at this stage, I'm going to ask if there's anyone other than the owner or the owner's team that wishes to speak in favor of the application. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to ask for anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or who has questions they wish to ask. Big hammer. Hardly ever use it, yeah. Okay. No one is sleeping.
Not anymore.
All right. So when we adjourned, we're at the point where we're going to ask anyone who wished to speak in opposition to the application. I want to let anyone who is here know that even if you've submitted something in writing, you may address us. If you address us, whatever you've submitted in writing is still part of the public record. It's just that it won't be referred to this evening if it came in after the report was prepared, but it will still be part of the public record, as will your comments. So I'm going to, and as you come forward, please provide us with your name and your address. And I understand we have a couple of presentations, PowerPoint presentations. So why don't we start with those first? Mr. Patton, do you know who those are? Do you know who has the PowerPoint presentations?
They're all located on the computers. Also, whoever submitted a PowerPoint, we uploaded them earlier today.
Okay, so then let's start with those who've done PowerPoint presentations. There's a couple, as I understand it. Please come forward, Mr. Burrison. And as I said, we need your full name and address.
Craig Burrison and 3785 Redekop Road.
Your Worship and Town Council members, my family and I have lived on Rebstock Road for 26 years, and we have many concerns with this proposed development. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share with you in person about some of these concerns. So what I would like to do this evening is just to take a few minutes and draw a comparison between this Rebstock Road location in question and two other developments, each located less than 500 yards away, and with regards to their structure, land space available, and the impact to the surrounding community. The two Crystal Beach developments I'd like to draw our attention to are on the bottom right-hand corner, number one, is 310 Ridge Road South, which is 390 yards from the Rebstock Road site. And number two, Alderson Court, found on Rebstock Road, only 350 yards down the street. Both of these housing developments are reasonably sized and fit within the land space available. They also visually fit in with the existing homes, as both complexes enhance the surrounding community and do not cause undue strain on the neighborhood with regards to size, height of the dwellings, traffic, privacy, and cohesiveness. Each development hosts their own individual parking spaces, and each unit has their own yard. So 310 Ridge Road South development is tucked into a secluded space away from the main road with a long driveway, fitting cohesively within the neighborhood properties on approximately 1.1 hectares of land. So some specifics of this property. There are 19 units, one entrance and exit point to Ridge Road with minimal parking. Single-story townhouse development, private yards, private driveways, and adherence to town bylaws and zoning regulations. Number 2 is the newly developed Alderson Court development on Rebstock Road. It's spaciously located on approximately 1.14 hectares of land. This property has 22 units. One entrance point and exit point to Rebstock Road, single-story townhouse development, private yards, private driveways, complementing the surrounding area, and adhering to town bylaws and zoning regulations. As compared to the proposed Rebstock Road location, the Rebstock Road site is located in the immediate backyards of neighboring homes on 1.5 hectares of land. Some specifics, as we've discussed already. Proposed 154-unit complex, one entrance and exit point to Rebstock Road, 6 separate buildings, 3.5-story stacked back-to-back townhouses. And if I heard correctly this morning, this is totally unique to Fort Erie anywhere. No yard, no green space, a massive parking lot, and the developer is asking for 8 amendments to the current zoning bylaws. So my question is this: how can this property be considered an appropriate size and location for this massive development? This would be allowing an increase in the number of units from the other 2 sites that we discussed, 19 and 22 units, to 154 units on an additional 0.4 hectares of space. That is an additional 132 units on only 0.4 hectares. The numbers just don't add up. Development on the other 2 locations is minimal. Parking, privacy, frontage, and size of dwelling adhere to town bylaws and zoning regulations. This monstrous proposed plan requires exemptions from 8 current regulations in order to squeeze a complex of this magnitude into this property. Not to mention that this is to be located in the immediate backyards of 12 neighboring homes. The builder cannot be serious. The town cannot seriously be considering this plan. This information alone should make the council rethink and reconsider this particular plan and reconsidering allowing any development of this size. Can the town council, in all honesty and in good conscience, really think that this is in line with the heritage of Crystal Beach and the village of Ridgeway? Is a development of this size appropriate on this property and fair to the neighboring homes surrounding this site? Maybe the town should be considering 25 to 40 units on a property this size and in relation to its existing homes surrounding this location. Would council support this plan if it was in your own backyard? If you're being truly honest with yourselves, it would be a resounding no. Understand I'm for development in Crystal Beach, and I understand that this property at some point will be developed. But please, let's be realistic and consider what type of development should be constructed to ensure that it is reasonable, it reasonably fits on the site without disrupting the surrounding neighborhood and the brand-new green space and adjacent park. Over the last 10 years or so, the town has done and is doing a great job developing the beautiful park area for the local community. Please do not desecrate it by overcrowding this wonderful piece of property with a massive, towering complex that will be home to an additional 250 people plus using this park as their backyards. I trust our mayor and council will do whatever necessary to preserve this property and the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burson. Before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to the presenter. Thank you very much for your presentation. I understand the concerns with density. I totally get that. I just have one question, though. You mentioned 310 Ridge Road almost as a comparator, if you will. I'm just wondering, are you familiar with the type of units that are in that property and what they sell for?
No, but I put up some pictures as far as what they look like.
And if I may, just for your information, there was one listed actually back in February. I think it sold for north of $800,000. So
How big are they?
I think those units, the finished space, are 1,500 square feet on above grade floor. So yeah, they are larger units.
And how many bedrooms?
I went on really quick. It's already sold.
Oh.
I just saw the price
Oh,
there.
okay.
Yeah.
So what's the comparison that you're trying to make?
I'm asking you questions.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. The reason I'm asking, I understand the concerns with density. It's just, if we're going to compare, we're talking about $350,000 here rather than $800,000. I understand where you're coming from with density.
$350,000 for a one-bedroom, 400 square foot. So if I think we do the math and you compare it to what you just said.
Yep.
Of a $800,000 house of 1,200 square feet, I don't know, I think.
No, I
there's a
get
better
where you're
value
coming
at the-
from.
Down the road.
Okay, so first of all, we don't know how much those units are going to cost because the developer
presenter,
has
yeah.
indicated that hasn't been refined yet. So let's not argue over
Sure.
what the cost might be.
If I may, the point I'm trying to make is, do you think someone starting out in life in their 30s would be able to afford a $900,000 townhouse unit?
I'm going to be surprised if they're going to be able to afford the 400,000 for a one-bedroom.
That's not a bad point, and I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm in my 30s myself. It's difficult. These are challenges that we're going to be facing moving
For sure,
forward.
absolutely.
And I get it, and I understand the concerns with density. Anyway, I'm not here to speak right now. We're going to have lots of opportunity to speak during the report. I just wanted to bring that up, and I thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Noyes has a question or two.
I'm sure he meant that in the nicest way.
Well, I've never known you to do one.
That's question one, right? In regards to, and I would imagine some of the people who live around there in the single houses, have anybody contacted the real estate to see, okay, if this does go in, what the value of their property is going to be? Has anybody looked into it?
The value of our surrounding properties?
Yes.
No, I haven't done anything like.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes. You've proven me wrong. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Oh, Councillor Lubberts has a question.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Redekop and Mr. Burst. Thank you very much for coming forward, and thank you for coming forward in the past as well. And but I guess my question is, the two other developments that you talked about, are you familiar with the fact that those developments were considered successful developments?
Am I aware that they were
Yeah.
considered successful? I would think they would be successful, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
And that's the point I was trying to make. Even though there's a lot less there, they were still very successful. And I don't know that the developer went broke building them.
Right,
No, okay, thank
yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Burson. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Who else had a presentation? Yes, please come forward. Team, I take it?
Team Burrison, yes.
We need your full name and
Yes,
same
Your
address,
Worship.
I presume.
Leslie Burrison, 3785 Rebstock Road. And I just have to get familiar with what is happening. Yeah, okay.
Your husband can assist you. He's been there.
Yeah, what's happening?
Use this here.
Oh. I forgot my glasses tonight.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one, and I just want you to go to, yeah.
So then you just have to.
Okay. Your Worship and members of Town Council, thank you for this long-awaited opportunity to address you in person as we take time tonight to bring forth our deep concerns with respect to the proposed development plan on Rebstock Road. It is my hope, it is our hope tonight, that you will hear our concerns and our collective voices, and moving forward, we can come to an equitable solution for this parcel of land. As a bit of an introduction, I'd like to begin by playing a short clip from the applicant, Mr. McQueen's Instagram page as it relates to Rebstock Road. It's a 20-second clip. It'll play very quickly. You'll notice that it was filmed on the playground located on Crystal Ridge Park, which is adjacent to the proposed development. I'd like you to please pay close attention to how Mr. McQueen and his partners plan to advertise and sell the development by, in my opinion, exploiting the environmental green space and by boasting that his development will have the biggest piece of land on the block. Land that I might add, he doesn't own. Land, I might add, is our park. So I will just go to, hopefully it'll play. There we go. And there's volume.
QuickTime not available?
Awesome. Well, if it doesn't work, it's fine.
I know some of them are larger files and we got.
Okay. So I encourage you to check this out on your own, please, if you're familiar with Instagram. Basically, in this clip, it's very quick, but he's a proponent of the value of the land in that he will be the biggest house on the block with the biggest parcel of land. Now, please understand that I understand that the development will have its own piece of property and land, but the biggest piece of land is our piece of land, our park. So, yes, the value of the land. We understand the value of the land because it's our home. Mr. McQueen and M5 Development certainly understands the value of this land as well. He understands its premium location, close proximity to beautiful Crystal Beach, within walking distance to many local shops and restaurants, a short drive to the attractions of Niagara Falls, and a hop, skip, and a jump to wine country. Location certainly is key. And don't forget, he is promising the buyers of his townhouses that they will have at their disposal and for their own personal use our community's newest park, recreation, and beautiful green space. A project that is just coming to fruition after a decade in planning. I have been a lifelong resident of this community for 50 years and a homeowner on Rebstock Road and taxpayer for 26. I and my neighbors are not opposed to development, to population growth, or to welcoming from those from outside our community into our town. Our opposition is not towards community development, but rather the need for community development with a conscience. Over the next few minutes, I would like to address what development with a conscience should look like. I would like to look at the plans Mr. McQueen has submitted and compare them against the current guiding principles under the town's official plan. By doing so, we will establish if indeed this is a development with a conscience. Let's begin by referencing the recent report made available to us on April 6, prepared by Town Senior Planner Anamika Del Warria. The report highlights the numerous zoning and bylaw amendment requests that Mr. McQueen requires to construct his proposed 6-block, 3.5-story stacked back-to-back townhouse development, which will consist of 154 dwelling units and 194 parking spaces. With the land currently designated as urban residential, as we all know, in the official plan, this designation allows for several types of residential developments, including townhouses. It doesn't mention apartments, by the way. But current zoning regulations do not allow for stacked back-to-back townhouses. For Mr. McQueen to move forward with his plans, council would need to eliminate or amend not 1, not 2, but 8 current zoning requirements. These include a change to permitted use, a reduction in the minimum lot frontage, a reduction in the minimum rear setback, a reduction in the minimum landscape area, an increase in the maximum density or number of units, an increase in the maximum building height, eliminating the requirement for a privacy area, and a reduction in the number of parking spaces required. We've all gone through this. While Ms. Del Warria's report states that this development proposal represents an efficient use of urban and residential land and existing services, I will challenge that it does not. I will challenge that the proposed townhouse units do not align with growth management, nor will these townhouses assist in reaching the town's intensification target in a conscionable way. I will do this by referring to the town's official plan as outlined straight from the report by saying, the Town of Fort Erie's official plan outlines policies that shall be considered when considering infill residential intensification on vacant land to ensure the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding land uses. The policies outlined in the official plan include the following: the height, bulk, and arrangement of buildings and structures to achieve a harmonious design, compatible integration with the surrounding area, and not negatively impacting on lower density residential uses. So let's take a look at M5V's townhouse development recently built on McLeod Road in Niagara Falls. This particular development is a 3-block, 3.5-story. There is a 2-story complex in the back. And I believe it's 54 units, if the YouTube channel is correct. This gives you an idea of what we can expect, but on a much, much lesser scale. In fact, a third of the scale. You'll see the height that will be looming over our neighbors on the south, east, and west sides of the development as single detached dwellings surround the property. And you'll see the magnitude of these units. Notice the back. This particular development is not a back-to-back townhouse complex. You will see in this picture how massive this building is as compared to a single-family home. But now, picture it being back-to-back, as seen in this rendering. Picture these townhouses sandwiched together and how much more intrusive that will be on our neighbors, being 3.5 stories in height, surrounded by concrete and cars. Now remember the official plan. Height, bulk, and arrangement are not to negatively impact lower density residential uses. Let's dig into the word negatively for just a couple of seconds. Negatively as in loss of privacy, loss of land value, loss of enjoyment of one's personal home and space, and how about the negative impact of having approximately 250 people move into your backyard, and the effect that that will have on these property owners and the surrounding community. So what is the arrangement of these buildings again? Slide 10 here shows the Redekop development will be home to 6 buildings, not 3 but 6, stacked back to back, 3.5 stories high. The arrangement will be located on Redekop Road. The arrangement of these buildings and parking are to be situated on a 1.5 hectare piece of property, a property far too small to accommodate such a complex. After all is said and done, these 6 units and the surrounding parking will be as little as 3 meters from my neighbor's bedroom window. Tell me, is that unobtrusive arrangement? Let's look at the second half of of Section 1 of the official plan. Structures are to achieve a harmonious design, compatible integration with the surrounding area. So I just ask, what in this type of design is harmonious or compatible with our current surrounding area or our community or our street? If we go back to McLeod Road, if we look at this particular complex and the surrounding areas, this development is flanked by buildings, apartment buildings, townhouses, and a commercial property across the street. Take into consideration this is 54 units, and Mr. McQueen wants to put 154 in my residents' backyards. Again, an apartment building as a neighbor to this development, as compared to homes belonging to the McFarlands and the Chambers, the Boyers, the Buttigigs, to name a few, the names of our neighbors. There we go. This is the area, and this is the type of location that this build is suited for. Mr. McQueen's build is best suited for a commercial area. This thing does not like me. There we go. Commercial. Not on our quaint street in the middle of an established community. And then number 2. Seriously. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Okay, number 2, I don't know how to go back. So, number 2 states that appropriate space, including landscape and buffering to maximize privacy and minimize the impact on adjacent lower density uses. I would argue that Mr. McQueen has no intention to provide such elements in his design, as he is in fact asking to eliminate the requirement for privacy areas as well as minimize landscaping areas in order to increase the amount of asphalt for parking and squeeze in as many buildings and units as possible. I would also suggest that the applicant's solution for sound buffering of a wooden fence will be woefully inadequate to minimize the impact on the private homes surrounding the parking areas and the looming 3.5-story buildings. Car alarms, exhaust, noise pollution, as well as overhead light will certainly be a new normal for our residents. The slatted wooden fence will provide very minimal protection, and although the artist's rendering shown here of a beautifully landscaped complex is simply that, it's a drawing, it's art, and it's in fact I would challenge that it would take about 15 to 20 years to see some mature trees like that. So getting back to the official plan, I'm going to gently hit this. Which one? The arrow key? Perfect. Thank you. Parking areas that are sufficient in size and satisfy the need of the development and are well-designed and properly related to the building and landscaped areas. We've talked about parking. Mr. McQueen would like to reduce the parking because he can't make it all fit. He must ask the town to amend the required 1.5 spaces per unit to 1.25. While we've discussed larger cities may have these zoning requirements such as Toronto, Whitby, Pickering, but Fort Erie, most families have 2 vehicles. We know that. Where will the additional cars go? In front of our homes, in the arena parking lot, in the park parking lot, and along the street. Not only is there not enough space for parking, but they are so poorly located. How can a developer with a conscience think that lining cars along the entrance driveway to face private properties of the McFarlands and the Chambers is a well-designed plan? McFarland's and the Chambers. And finally, I would like to point out one last guideline on the official plan, number 6, which states convenient access to a collector or arterial road. An arterial road is described as a road with an expressway system that provides major corridors for traffic. I would caution that Rebstock Road is no such corridor, unlike what you see on McLeod Road. You see, this is a busy 4-lane thoroughfare that can allow for volume of traffic day in and day out into the townhouse development. Here you see the proposed driveway situated between 2 private homes and facing another private home directly across the way. They would be subject to 194 cars plus guest traffic going in and out of the complex at all times of day and night. This is not what I would hope our town would say is convenient access. This is the farthest from convenient, and this is the farthest from development with a conscience. So after looking at the plans Mr. McQueen has submitted, and after comparing them to our town's official plan and guiding principles, I don't know how you can find that this development is suitable for our community. Your worship and councillors, I believe that you too also feel this plan is far too excessive for our community, perhaps even unconscionable as we do. You made that clear in November when you voted this site as medium density in the Crystal Beach secondary plan. However, as seen in these photos, this is medium density. This is far too large. This is a 54-unit apartment, 54 to 60. Under medium density, that would allow for 75 units in our backyards. Our goal tonight is to help our town planners and our town council with your decisions moving forward, to help you to ensure that what you decide fits with the fabric of our community and fits under your own guiding principles. I trust that you want to see this too. I trust you want to see development with a conscience in our community as well. And I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Ms. Versi. Any members of the council have any questions? I presume, Madam Clerk, that we get a copy of all of these presentations?
We have the PowerPoints, Your Worship, but not the speaking notes, but we will ask for those tomorrow morning.
All right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry about...
No, not at all. So are we aware of any other PowerPoint presentations?
Mr. Jeffrey Aldridge, I believe.
Please come forward, sir.
Excuse me a second. We can't hear a damn thing here. You talking to anything?
Jeffrey Aldridge, 3765 Rebstock Road.
Good evening.
Yeah, did the escape. Yep, we're getting there. I have a USB stick if I get that wrong. Got to close it first. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? I was told I could use the USB stick. Can you help me with that, please? Yes. I wonder if cap locks are on. Is that a possibility? Can you tell if the caps are on?
Let's see. No. It's just, here, let me, excuse me for a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
My apologies to Carol when I sent you my presentation with the password. I should have taken advantage of not doing that in the first place.
Here you go.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got two on here and I may pick the wrong one yet. There we go. Now I can get started. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, staff, and fellow residents. I live at 3765 Rebstock Road.
Please speak into the mic.
Okay, I will do better. Let's try that. Is that better for everybody? Okay.
You may have to speak up.
Yes, I will speak louder then. What I plan to do tonight is go through this presentation, through the plan, and demonstrate what is bad for the community, the buyer, future development, and hopefully solution. Everybody before me has done a great job of covering all of these points about what all these amendments are. I won't dwell on them too long. What I've done is I've broken what's bad for the community into 3 major aspects, and some of what I say is bad for the community is bad for the buyer. There's 4 that are bad for the buyer, and then what I call bad for the future is based upon the frontage and the configuration of this land. When we went to the open house back in October, the lawyer for the developer made the comments that the reason there were so many amendments was that the bylaws were rather old. Well, that seemed as though it might be reasonable, but what we have found since then is you went through the secondary plan process, and when you did that, you didn't change any of those bylaws. Mr. Tom Cookett, the previous CEO, confirmed for me that after you did those revisions, all the same 8 amendments would be required. So although at the first I thought, well, maybe the bylaws are a little dated, that can no longer be true. And as everybody else has said to you tonight, how can you be entertaining so many major amendments to rules that you've put in place that you believe are important? So bad for the community. This is a puzzle for me. It's a bit of a technicality, but it's a puzzle. The diagram from the developer says 5 levels. When I count the picture on the right there, I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 1 level below ground. So I live across the park. I will be able to see these buildings. When I look across, I'm going to see 4.5 levels. So I don't understand the 3.5 when I'm going to be able to see 4.5. One of the amendments is to reduce parking spaces from 194 to 231. We've gone through these details already. When I look down the street, just like other people have said, I see most driveways with 2 cars in it. So what happens if they allow for 1.25 cars? I did a quick calculation. I think Councillor Butler was raising the issue about visitors and what have you. If you take 20 spaces out and then recalculate, it's actually 1.13 parking lots per unit. My question is this: what is going to happen when these buyers come in and they've got 1.5 cars? Where are they going to go? Well, I saw the developer across the road last week looking at the parking lot for the park. That's a good place to put cars. There's the arena to the north. That's another good place to put cars. And Redekop, which is a busy road, and as Leslie pointed out, it's a 2-lane, not a 4-lane road. There'll be more parking on there. So the parking spaces just does not make sense. The other thing that's interesting about this is that the limit of 194 cars is based upon another amendment which took the density up to 100 units. So that 194 is really 3 times as many parking lots as should be there if you kept it to the density that is meant. The impact on the neighbors: 200 cars in and out every day, 200 cars, doors unlocking, doors locking, engines starting, people talking, cars backing up, accelerating day and night. Lights, dozens of cars driving in and out at night, and car exhaust. Now, I picked up on a comment in the presentation tonight in response to the questions. The question was, what about all the noise, light, and exhaust? The response is we're going to put some landscaping in. Landscaping is not going to reduce noise, light, and exhaust. This is from a neighbor. There's a full letter going to be read tonight, but I thought this was appropriate to extract. From Sharon and Francis Buttigieg. We reside at 145 Ridge Road. Our property is in the middle of the proposed development. As we look at the proposal, our backyard will be a parking lot for over 190 cars. Those cars will be coming and going all day and night about 40 feet from our house. We've resided here since 1986. The back of our house is where our bedroom is. Our backyard is our sanctuary in the summertime. We will no longer have a tranquil time to enjoy our summertime in Crystal Beach. We will have people in cars all the time and exhaust fumes in our yard. I don't know about anyone else, but we purchased our home. This was our retirement place. That is not the case, and they're opposed to the development. I love when presentations are done. I used to be in the presentation business myself, and I know how to do one of these. But that's art. That's reality. Leslie did a good job of showing what the units in Niagara look like. That is reality. Here's the street that we have today between the two houses. This is what it's going to look like when it's turned into a driveway and a parking lot. Another amendment, maximum density 103 instead of 35 in the plan, 154 units versus 52. About 3 times as dense as the bylaw. I would like to make a comment based upon some feedback from the developer that I don't care whether it's 103 units or 99 units. Reducing it to be within some artificial limit is of no concern to me. It's the same thing. 300 to 400 people are going to be there. Somebody pointed out to me this week that they have no more room for portables at the school. So where are the extra children going to be going that are coming from this development? Again, with this much density, the impact on neighbors, reduced house values. Somebody asked a good question. Was it you, Councillor Noyes, about did we bring in a realtor to identify? Unfortunately, we did not. I think we all know you do something like this, prices decline. Can I say how much? Of course I cannot. It's out of character with 4.5-story buildings visible, loss of privacy, noise and light pollution. The other aspect of such a big development is construction. I'm making a guess that it's 2 to 3 years of construction. Concrete trucks, material trucks, dozens of workers, noise, dust, some possibly toxic like silica, exhaust, loss of privacy, and during construction it'll be very ugly. And remember, this is all going to go between 2 existing houses. For 2 years you're going to have all of this going in and out past those houses. As well, I understand all the sewers are going to get replaced, so Ridge Road and the others down the road are going to be ripped up for months as those sewers are upgraded. Bad for the buyer. For those of you who know W.C. Fields, I'll go let you look up the appropriate quote. Caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. Part of me said, well, do I really care about the buyer? They go in, they look at it, they decide they're going to buy it. But I also have a conscience. Let's talk about back-to-back units. I was wondering about the history of these. I won't read this all out, but this started in Victorian Britain when they needed a way to fill in places. This is increasing density. They needed a place to put them. Because 3 of the 4 walls were shared with other buildings, this type of housing suffered from poor illumination, etc. Back-to-back housing was eventually judged to be unsatisfactory, and the Housing Act of 1909 outlawed further construction. One of the things I keep hearing is this is being talked as stacked townhouses. They are not stacked townhouses. They are stacked back-to-back townhouses. They're very, very different. One of the first times I heard what I believe was the misunderstanding of this was when we had the press talk to us, and the planning department replied to our concern. Stacked townhomes are nothing new. That is a true statement. In fact, South Coast Village has some. That is also true. They only have about 40, not 154. They're 2-story, not 5. They're ground floor, not below grade, and everybody has a parking spot in front of their unit. None of them are back-to-back. Not only none of these back-to-back, there are no back-to-back anywhere in Fort Erie. Let's look at what a stacked townhome really looks like. This is the same one Leslie showed. You can see that building. What you see is you see a front window and door for light and exit. You can also see in both the diagram and through the picture that there's a rear window for light and emergency exit. That disappears in a stacked home. In a stacked home, you see the division down the middle, houses, rooms to the left, rooms to the right. All you have is a single entrance. So people on the left only get to see one way, people on the left get to see another way. The amendment is to allow back-to-back units. None are allowed today in your official plan. I encourage you, never let back-to-back units into your official plan. They have no natural light other than the front and no emergency evacuation if needed. About 2/3 only have the front door and window, and I call that a cave. You know what a cave looks like? You go in, there's no way to get out unless you come out the front. 1/3 of the units do have external sides and could have windows. 1/4 of the units are half below ground level. So we had a cave with only one entrance exit with less light. Now you put that below grade, and these people have less light, and they're looking at a wall. Safety. Emergency response. When first responders come in, every minute counts. If it's a fire, a heart attack, other critical emergency, they need to get to a unit quickly. On the left there, you have a picture of the development. If there is a fire in that back left unit, first of all, the fire truck or response unit has to come down that driveway, and hopefully there's no big trucks that are blocking the way. Then they have to make a tight turn around that corner. Then they have to make another tight corner, and then they're stuck in front of cars. Those are all parking spots. Now, there is no road to the back unit. So now they have to get out, they have to get through the cars, they have to go down between the units, they have to travel down the side. We talk about every minute counts. How much did that just add? Emergency response, accessibility. Wrong slide heading, I apologize for that. If there's a fire on the second floor, just think about this. The fire's coming there. The people down below have fire raining down on them. You've got people that are trying to come down the stairs. You have people that are trying to come up the stairs. This is a formula for disaster. Once again, you can see if the fire's all the way around there, how far vehicles have to go. Then they have to go around the back. They have to go down that driveway. And now it gets worse. It's wintertime. How was one of those going to get from the road, down the driveway, down all the parking lot, to the back of that building? People are going to die. Emergency response. Let's talk about code versus common sense. I don't know if the development meets the fire code. I don't care. Common sense says to me that is a bad setup. Many other disasters have also met code. Look at the 737 MAX, bridges that have fallen down, high-rise buildings like in Florida. They met code, they got the stamp of approval, people die. Other amendments, I won't go into these, they are relatively minor. Privacy, not so much. Rear yard, landscaped area, and privacy. Why is this bad for future development? What is frontage? How much a development has on a roadway is frontage, typically based upon a rectangular design. For instance, there are 2 developments being proposed right now in Crystal Beach Ridgeway. Both of them are along a road. Both of them have lots of frontage. And once again, as Leslie and Craig pointed out, the other development in Niagara Falls has lots of frontage. They also pointed out it fits with the look and feel of the community. But the point is, that's what this design is for. Now, I actually got a little imaginative. Let's take their design, get rid of the flagpole, and if they had a roadway, a laneway, and a laneway, yeah, maybe they could make this work. They still have caves, but maybe they could make it work. But what you're really looking at is that put in there with a little driveway to get to 154 units. So what is this? We take that, we put it in there, and oh yes, we get a round peg in a square hole. So their amendment, frontage, 27 meters instead of 50 meters. This frontage is a result of a totally inappropriate, what's called flagpole lot configuration. The frontage, the 27 meters, is just there because that's the only way they can get back to the development. This frontage was envisioned for a rectangular parcel. Another major thing, anything like this should have multiple points of access from a roadway. It has one. Every other similar development of this size has at least 2 accesses and easy access for emergency vehicles to get to. Also went back to a previous YouTube where your previous, manager Kira Dolch put out that something like this should be located in a core area. And then she clearly stated this is not a core area. Affordability, accessibility. I'm confused. I went on the website for the developer and saw the purchase price was going to be $299,900, so I did the calculation based on that. So assume you get a mortgage of $275,000, that's a monthly payment of $1,638. I'll guess at condo fees of $500. The total monthly cost, $2,138, annual $25,656. Based upon Niagara Region's definition of affordability, you would have to have a minimum income of $85,520. That's for a $299,000 unit, 400 square feet. I went and did a mortgage calculator because somewhere I saw that $50,000 should be affordable. You go through the calculator, your maximum purchase price is $171,406. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's appropriate, Councillor Dubanow, I understood your point about affordability. It is a challenge. This is not really meeting the challenge. The one thing I find interesting is, after I went through all this, I wondered whether there was a reference to affordability. So I went to your information report. The development is not contemplated for affordable housing. That's it. The interesting thing is that when these units are sold, there is no control who actually buys them. So I said an $85,000 salary was necessary to buy one. A person with $150,000 income can buy them, and those people that you want to have them where this is just at their level of affordability, you have no control over that. So I seriously question, and I repeat what you said, this is not for affordable housing. Accessibility, age and place. Every unit has stairs. This is what's unique about a stacked townhouse back to back. Somebody asked about apartment buildings. You have elevators, you have level floors. They're accessible. Everyone has stairs. Think what that's going to be like when there's rain, freezing rain, and snow. The units on the backside of the buildings could be hundreds of feet from parking. Not appropriate for people with mobility problems today, will not allow age in place as mobility fails. Possible future for the solution for the future. Quick review of the problems with this type of density. Flagpole-shaped configuration. It only has a single access. There's safety, congestion, impact on neighboring houses. The location, multiple story buildings bordering single-family homes, hitting their value, privacy, noise, and light. Long construction cycle, and contradicts the statements in the various plans you have, as were appropriately brought out by Leslie and Craig. So, this is what I consider would be a reasonable model. This one, I think, was 22 units. The statement was made, maybe we could get it up to 30, 40 units. You take that plus an entrance, like on Algonquin, so that we don't have an ugly parking lot between the houses. And I apologize that I'm not up to date with all my photo manipulation, but that's what it would look like. You would have a nice double driveway going to houses that are all very similar in the back. The benefits of this proposed model. Neighborhood acceptance. You still get 30 to 40 units. Based upon the secondary plan that hasn't been approved yet, at a maximum of 50 units per hectare, that would be 75 units. We're getting 40 out of 75. So in terms of the big picture, this is coming close to helping with reaching your goals. The other benefit, it's safe, quality of living, people aren't in caves, and it's accessible. M5Vs, similar development in Niagara Falls is reasonable. I went through that, I won't repeat it. With Rebstock Road, you've got all the problems I've already talked about. So the conclusion is a variation of the neighborhood plan, one that was accepted by this council, signed by you, Mr. Mayor, with a reasonable increase over the 17 units that was in that neighborhood plan. A design like Rebstock and Ridgeway would work, and it would be acceptable to the neighbors. I'll summarize with a quote from you, Mr. Mayor. Fort Erie, like every municipality, requires a mix of housing and a range of density in order to achieve our objectives of affordability, aging in place, and so on. So I put in accessibility and quality of life on your behalf, and so on, as well as accommodating the growth that is taking place. Change is occurring across the town. The challenge is to manage that growth so that the growth doesn't change the essence of our community. And I would like to see this council stick with those ideals. Thank you very much. I appreciate your hearing me tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aldridge, and thank you for reminding me of what I said.
Never throw away an email.
Wife does that all the time. To good effect. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Mr. Aldridge? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else with a PowerPoint presentation? If not, then I'll call the next speaker. Mr. Poole, did you have your hand up?
Yep.
Please come forward. I know you haven't moved since you were last before us, but the rule is you have to tell us who you are and where you live.
Let's see here. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Jim Poole, and my wife, myself, still live at 3811 Rebstock Road, Crystal Beach. I think we got the most time anybody in the neighborhood, but one of my concerns is about, I see the water management, and understand they're using a called Arco Storm Bricks Stormwater Storage Management System. And my question is these systems made for this area, do they freeze in the wintertime? And who's going to maintain these tanks? Is it going to be the town's going to maintain them? Or is it going to be the condo association going to maintain these tanks? The sanitary sewer, we've gone through that, so we'll go through that. One thing that has been brought up, if everybody's been to the site, they'll realize there's some berms. And I remember I lived there years ago. I can't remember exactly when it was. I remember that truck after truck after truck going by and bringing that material in and putting it on that property. And I haven't seen anywhere where they're going to check the material in those berms. What's in those berms? I have no idea. It might be good stuff. It might be something somebody want to get rid of. So I think those berms should be checked for contamination. And also they should check the water table level when they do that too on the property. And the site condition should also be done. As far as my concerns about all the amendments and fairnesses, everybody knows how I stand on that. I don't think we should give nothing. I've been arguing this. Everybody said about the rules were changed many years ago, not that many years ago. When Kara Dolce and Matt Kernham talked to me, and I agree with them. They made everything smaller, so to conform to everybody, when the contract to come in town, you had to work within these parameters, and that's where I stand about that. Other questions I have, after looking at a few of those pictures, I kind of realized the one picture showed all these AC units on the back of the building. Now, my question is, I assume each unit has its own furnace, air conditioning, and it's back to back. Where is the units for all these 154 homes? Are they on the roof or on the outside walls, or are these pictures not really telling the truth? Because to me, this looks pretty ugly when I seen all those air conditioners units sitting on the back of those buildings. The other thing is the parking. I agree with everybody, the parking, and I didn't see no pictures of any trucks parked over there. And maybe they're going to have to put signs up in the front saying no trucks parked up in the front, because if anybody has a full-size truck, extended cab, there's no way anybody's going to get by them. Other thing is, my question is that I think maybe was answered, they're not really gonna have full-time employee here, probably just gonna be, somebody's gonna hire it out. The official plan, I don't understand, secretary plan, official plan, I don't know what plan this is underneath, I can't figure that one out either. And the last one is the snow. When I seen somebody bring up the picture of the snow, I actually clean a few driveways, and I do quite a few driveways in Ridgeway by the lake, and I fight with neighbors all the time because I have a snow blower, where to put the snow. And I try to accommodate as much people as can, and you gotta put it somewhere, and I have no idea where you're gonna put the snow in this subdivision. It's just, to me, it's unsafe in the wintertime, because our area, it seems like it's kind of area, we get a lot of snow. It just seems to come off the point, and you go down Highway 3, they have no snow, but our area, we got 2-3 feet. And that's, we either have a lot or we don't have nothing. That's where our area is. Other than that, I think council, mayor, everybody understands where community stands on this, and that's all I got to say about it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Poole. Just, Mr. Hurlovich, I presume that this is all being recorded so that these questions that are raised by Mr. Poole and others will be responded to by the staff in the recommendation report?
In response, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's the intent.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I wrote something out, but I'm completely different when I wrote out. Because everybody else covered what I did.
You did raise a question about who was going to service the stormwater management system and...
Yeah, about the freeze in the wintertime, because as a unique system, it's like plastic piled up on top of each other. I don't know if anybody looked at it, but it's really unique. It might work, it might not.
You asked the question who was going to service it, and we were told it was going to be serviced
Yeah,
by...
and also the question about the berms.
You're not letting me finish.
I'm sorry. You know how I am. I get excited.
The reason you talk so much is because you don't listen to the answers that are coming your way.
Well, I have a problem forgetting stuff. I don't keep on going.
Okay. The answer was that the condo corporation is going to be responsible for that stormwater management system, but your other questions about whether it will work in the winter or whatever, that will be responded to by staff. Go ahead.
And the contamination on the berms.
Contamination of the berms, that's something that we can get, yeah, that should be looked at as well.
Okay.
Now, before you go.
Yep, anybody got a
Members of
question?
council have any questions of Mr. Lubberts? You have to ask them quickly. Sorry. Now, that's what you call a Freudian slip. Just because you guys are both from Crystal Beach doesn't mean anything.
Well, one other comment. When they built that subdivision beside me, they did a beautiful job. I gotta admit, everything went well. There was no mud in the road because I made sure of that. But, no, when they started over there, the prices were supposed to be $369. Now they're selling for $730. Just to show you, just because they're saying $299, it could be another month, another year, now it might be $500,000. We have no idea what the price is gonna be.
We don't have any control over that.
That's right.
Are there any questions of Mr. Poole? If not, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Who's next?
Me, Penny Rook, and I live at 3729 Rebstock Road. Mr. Aldridge referenced a letter from one of the residents on Ridge Road. He started reading it, I'm going to finish reading it. They wanted it to be read tonight.
Okay, that'll save the clerk reading it.
So this was Sharon and Francis Buttigieg, or however you say it. Okay, so he covered the first part about how they live there and then the impact on their property, but it goes on. That property has been an issue with flooding when we first moved in. A few years after we moved in, the Friendship Festival did an equestrian event on that land, and the flooding was almost at our house. The drainage is poor, and Mr. Buster McAfee installed drainage to prevent the overflow onto our property. Now, who is going to make sure this developer handles this problem for all the residents on Ridge Road South? Who is going to control the noise from 154 units in our backyard? Where are those people going to go for green space? My backyard? Last March, the town started building the new Ridgeway Crystal Beach Fire Hall directly across the street from our property. We were not informed this would happen. We were glad it was not another subdivision, but the fire trucks and added traffic is also a disruption to our retirement. Now you want us to just give in and accept 154 units and 190 parking spaces, so we are impacted front and back. Are the developers going to guarantee that all the noise in building is not going to impact our lives? Are they going to guarantee that all the digging and pounding will not affect our houses? Who will pay for the damages if the construction impacts the integrity of our houses? When we built here, it was neighborhood development. Stacked townhouses in a residential neighborhood is not what should be built. It is not in keeping with the small town we have grown to love. Is the current infrastructure going to be sufficient to handle 154 units? And what about traffic flow? Ridge Road South is like a speedway now. Come down some night and check out how many speeding cars and trucks go down this road. I am sorry I cannot be in attendance for this meeting. We have an immediate health issue that needs my attention, but I am concerned with this project going forward. I would think there is more appropriate location for this development. Thank you, and I hope all concerned will listen to the residents in this community. So now this is mine. And I forgot to say good evening, so good evening, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, staff, and fellow residents. My name is Penny Rook. My husband is Dan Rook. We grew up in Stevensville, married and lived elsewhere during our working lives. When we returned to Fort Erie area in 2003, we were surprised at how little things had changed during our 30-year absence. But recent developments have brought dramatic change to the area. We are not here tonight to argue development in all its aspects. We welcome the improved access to education, services, shopping, entertainment, recreation, and so on. But sometimes what seems like a good idea at the time turns out to be a bad decision in the end. For example, approximately 10 years ago, Council approved a condo project on Bay Beach in partnership with the developer, but this decision was vehemently opposed by a very determined group. After years of battle back and forth, the project was eventually rejected. Bay Beach now boasts a beautiful waterfront park and pavilion. This is a legacy to be proud of. Another battle ensued over land which had been gifted to the town for use as parkland for the community. The town agreed to release some of this land to the District School Board of Niagara for construction of a new elementary school, even though they had 4 existing properties to build on. Crystal Beach residents rose up to fight that decision, and again the public prevailed. As a result, the school was rebuilt in its original location, and we now have a beautiful park with many amenities. Again, another legacy project to be proud of. And now Crystal Beach is facing yet another battle, this time with a developer who wants to squeeze 6 blocks of however many story, there's so many different versions, 5-story back-to-back townhouses onto a small footprint of land. Time and time again, we have heard that most people are not opposed to reasonable development for this area, something akin to the townhouses on Rebstock Road near Ridgeway Road. But the density that is being proposed is far too high to be considered for this space. We understand the push by the province and region to substantially increase the number of new units to be available over the next 30 years. However, these are only targets that the town is being urged but not forced to reach. At the region official plan meeting last week, the question of density and targets was asked, and the answer was that they are only targets and there is no penalty for not reaching them. Previous calls to the province echo that the intent is to have a target and then work with municipalities if they are having trouble reaching them. You are not being forced to squeeze 154 units into an area that was in the neighborhood plan for 17 units. To paraphrase our councillor, it would be like trying to fit a 5-pound bag of sugar into a 2-pound bag. But in this case, it would be more like a 20-pound bag of sugar into a 2-pound bag. To allow this project to go forward as proposed would be an example of poor neighborhood planning at its worst. There are places in the greater town of Fort Erie and in Crystal Beach itself for a townhouse project of this size, but allowing it to be shoehorned into an established neighborhood would be setting a dangerous precedent, which could lead to destroying the future image of this community. Is this the legacy you wish to be remembered for after years of hard work for this town? Recent problems in Black Creek with basements being flooded with sewer water and excess raw sewage being released into the Niagara River should be a warning that unbridled growth without correct infrastructure in place is disastrous for both residents and the environment. Our sewer system has already been identified as being inadequate to handle the increased flow of this development. If Black Creek developed a problem even after studies and approvals were given, how can we be guaranteed we won't end up with sewer in our basements too? I have one final issue to raise, and that is the dangerous silica dust that is produced during construction by cutting, drilling, and grinding cement and stone. These airborne dust particles are similar to asbestos in that when inhaled, they are taken into the lungs and build up, potentially leading to cancer, chronic obstructive lung disease, and even kidney disease. Older residents already suffering from asthma or emphysema could be seriously affected. Who is going to ensure that preventative measures are taken to keep this dust to a bare minimum and to educate the residents as to the harmful effect of inhaling these particles? When the Bay Beach Waterfront Park was opened in 2019, Mayor Redekop was quoted as saying, "The years-long back and forth over what to do with the beach should serve as a valuable lesson to politicians about the importance of listening to people. We implore the council to listen to us now. Please do not unleash this hell upon our community. We understand your decisions could be overturned by the Ontario Land Tribunal, but we hope that the current and future council will fight for us. Leave behind a positive legacy, something you can look back on with pride." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rook, and again, thank you for quoting me.
Yes.
I once knew Dan Rook, went to
Yeah?
school.
Yeah,
yes.
I know, yeah.
This guy is far too young to be the one I knew. Are there any members of council that have any questions of Ms. Rook? Thank you very much. Next, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Marie Krell, and I do not live on Rebstock Road. So I thought I'd do a short, you have a lot of people who've spent a lot of time putting this together. I'm a relatively new resident to Ridgeway, so I just wanted to make a few comments. It's Marie Krell, and I'm 32 Butler's Drive in Ridgeway. You know, they've all been talking, this is in Fort Erie, and we understand Ridgeway's in Fort Erie. This development is 5-minute walk from downtown Ridgeway. So is that what we want downtown Ridgeway to be part of? Is that the look we want? So that's one of the concerns. I mean, I think a lot of us moved here from the GTA because we liked the look of the previous downtown. The other one is, it is a residential area. I walk my dog in that area down Rebstock. We bike down Rebstock. So what I had the vision as I was listening to all these people talk is these cars, additional parking on Rebstock. As you know, there is no sidewalk there, so there is currently no safe way to walk, ride on that street. And then you're adding all of that additional parking. I mean, it really is a danger to the residents, not just those that are in the immediate vicinity. John, I'm sorry, I didn't get your last name. You made the comment, what would be appropriate there? Well, I think what was appropriate...
Ms. Correll, you're supposed to be addressing council.
Okay, I'm sorry. John had made the couple of comments that kind of confused me. He had said, what would be appropriate if not this? Well, I think what was appropriate, what the other previous owner had designated, was 17 houses, a nice little cul-de-sac. I think that's what was determined to be appropriate. He also, there was some lengthy discussion that I didn't entirely understand about what needed to be done in growth plans. There is, I would use the word significant, amount of land undeveloped even within the town of Fort Erie. So my comment is generally, we love this neighborhood. It is so beautiful. We're so pleased to be living here. And frankly, it's very distressing to think that we're going to have density in here that just isn't in keeping with what we all moved here for, some for years and years, and some of us new. So that's it. I didn't have any questions per se, I just wanted to share an opinion of someone new to Ridgeway.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carell. Are any members of council have any questions? Thank you very much. And then the lady that was in front of you, yes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marcia Watts. I live at 3892 Wellington Road in Crystal Beach. And Mr. Aldridge and the rest of the people pretty much said what I was going to say. So, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I am going to say a few other things that nobody has come across. If developers choose to build here, they should be part of the solution. This type of development is meant for big cities, not Crystal Beach. And Mr. Dubanow, I sympathize with you for not being a homeowner, but this is not affordable housing. They will raise the prices when the development's done. They say it's only going to be this amount. It always ends up being more. And then the condo fees go up every year, so I can't see how that is affordable. Now, I brought up before, where is it here? Passive housing should be part of the plan, and it is environmentally friendly and very cost-effective. That's making it more affordable for owners and renters. Now, it adds 3 to 10% more cost to the developer. They have to take a certified course that costs less than $3,000 to receive a certificate. I call it the cost of doing business. If they do not, the town should deny them. Crystal Beach was never designed for the development that is going on or being proposed. This development will affect people's mental health. More area that is developed, it brings crime. And the infrastructure is not capable of dealing with this development. Also, the environmental impact that is going to have. Let's bring Rebstock development to a plan that is fair to all. Europe, they do passive housing. Hamilton, all kinds of areas are now doing passive housing. So developers that come here, I can't see why they can't do passive housing. It's affordable and it's great for everybody. And that's all I have to say because everybody else has said everything.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watts. Do any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow, you're going to say that you own a house.
Yeah, that's correct. I just question. I certainly appreciate the concern. I do own a home, but I'm just wondering, do you think that, with the point I raised about affordability earlier, even though I'm a homeowner and we're all, I'm assuming many of us are homeowners here, do you think we also need to consider perhaps 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, 10-year-olds, what they might be facing going forward with housing affordability? And that's perhaps a challenge that municipal councils are facing right now on how we balance.
That's why I brought the subject of passive housing up.
Could, if I may, could you please tell us a bit more about passive housing?
Passive housing is environmentally friendly. It doesn't impact the environment like regular construction does. They're doing a lot of it for low income and first-time buyers because it's affordable.
So something like tiny homes as an example?
Tiny homes can be a part of it, yes. There's apartment buildings, there's townhouses, regular single-dwelling homes that are passive housing.
Councillor Dubanow, yeah.
Would you, I'm just wondering, you raised some interest about that, particularly even passive housing apartments, if you can increase density. I'm just wondering, would you be able to perhaps even email council just some more information on this? I'm actually genuinely curious
I
about
can send you the info
concept.
as to what they're doing in Hamilton.
I'd like that, if you could, and perhaps
I
share it
can
with
do that.
council.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you've communicated with us in the past, so you know how to
Yes.
get to us. Councillor Noyes.
Actually, my question was going to be about passive housing. I've just Googled it, so thank you.
You're welcome.
That's great. Not even a question. You brought out the best in Councillor Noyes and his want. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Who's next? Good evening again.
Hello.
Still have to give us, this is a new...
This is a new issue
Public meeting.
altogether. I'm not looking after...
No, but you have to give us, you have to
Lubberts.
repeat your name and address.
Yes. Roxanne McKay Burton, 3252 Hyman Avenue in Ridgeway, which is not that close to Rebstock anymore, but I went to school at Ridgeway Public and lived on 3663 Rebstock Road. My family was there for over 50 years, so I'm kind of familiar with the neighborhood. One of the things that I wanted to point out when we're talking about this stormwater tank, actually more than one thing about that. If this whole development is going to be sitting on top of a big plastic tank or a big concrete tank, how are those lovely trees going to be kept up? Like, that tank's going to have to be way down there, and we live on the ridge, and that's solid bedrock. So I think that this concern about silica, and are they contemplating blasting in order to put this thing in there? Is there going to be enough ground on top of those plastic tanks or whatever kind of tanks to anchor the trees? Anchor was the word I was looking for. Because there's always a drainage issue there. There was a drainage issue there 65 years ago. I lived there before they put connected North and South Ridge. It was much closer for me to cut through that field to get to school. Did I do it? No. Why? Because it was wet. There were great strawberries in that field, but that was wet. So there's more happening than just the stormwater from this development that they're going to have to account for. Something else that I wanted to point out, I had a concern with the ingress and egress, and I looked at Appendix D of the zoning bylaw. I don't think anybody has done anything except add the minimum parking stall depth to the 8.5 driving aisle depth. But if you look at Appendix D, that combination has to be at least, I think it's 18 meters wide. Why? Because people don't have those nice little toy cars that were shown in the rendering. Obviously, nobody pushed the button for pickup trucks, which is the usual transport in this town. So that's why I'm sure that if you look at the total width that's supposed to happen, it's supposed to be wider so that you can accommodate vehicles that are longer than 2.7 meters or whatever the number is, and you give them some space that they can swing a little wider when they're backing out. So I think that whole ingress should be looked at as a parking lot, not as just a passage in and out. You've got parking spots on both sides. The other thing that I have a concern about is while all those people are backing up to get out of their parking spot and get in line, I envision traffic jams. And if they're jamming in the parking lot, then they're going to be lined up along Rebstock, and all the traffic that's coming from Ridge is going to be lined up until what that congestion is in the parking lot gets sorted out. I noticed that the parking study was not included in the materials that was part of the package. I don't doubt that it was done by a professional, but sometimes we like to look and see what the assumptions are that they based it on. And tonight I heard that there are no comparables. Well, I don't know that they even considered what the impact of congestion in the parking lot was going to be.
Your Worship, may I interrupt for a moment, please? We need to extend the hour of adjournment.
Sure. You'd like to move that?
I would, thanks.
We don't need a seconder because we're in committee. All those, yes, for how long?
I'm going to say to 11 o'clock.
Okay, fair enough. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Sorry, Ms. McKay-Burton.
That's okay. I didn't want to come back another day anyway, much as this is, a nice place to be. I also wanted to speak on behalf of the residents, the 12 residents, and particularly the ones on Rebstock, who are fortunate enough to live behind where they've placed what I think is probably an inadequate garbage facility. They said in their justification that they had to do it in order to meet regional requirements, but then we find out from the region that the region's not interested in picking up that garbage and that they're going to have to get a private contractor. That says to me that they can move that garbage collection spot anywhere in the development in order for their collector to get it. And I think that the appropriate place for that is in the middle of the development, where it's easy for the residents to access it, and not on the backside where all the odors and the vermin and the trash are going to be impacting the people along Rebstock Road. So I really object to that. I don't think 3 parking spaces is enough room to be responsible in your garbage collection. If you're going to responsibly meet recycling issues, I don't know if they're going to have to do that, if they have a private collector or not. But I think that in this day and age, when everybody's thinking green, then providing appropriate places for the residents to sort their garbage and have green collection is important. But that should not be on the backside of the development. I thought maybe over by the park, if it can't be right in the middle, because then the ones that jump the fence from the park to case out the joint, they're less likely to take the garbage than they are the bikes that are right there, easy for picking. Because I do have a problem with security as well. Because as soon as I saw that development, the sketches, my first thought was, oh no, Toronto just got rid of Regent's Park with all the problem that you have hiding these really dense things in little corners, and they want to put this Regent Park high density place in behind these houses where who knows what's happening. And if they are responsible about it and they put lights on there, then all these 12 people and more are going to have to deal with the light to keep some level of light there so people can see what's happening. they talked about passive surveillance and how the park is going to benefit from this. Well, there's nobody in the park that's going to help them to keep unsavory types from thinking that this is a great place to hang out. I have a problem with the lack of parking as well. We've talked about affordability and non-affordability, but you're going to need two incomes to get to those levels to pay for them at market levels, and there's no place for that. So much as I am not in favor of paving over paradise, I think that you are all right that it's totally unrealistic the way they're trying to rely on public transit, when right now our biggest hospital, you get to write it off on your income tax, it's so far away. So that's another one of my concerns. Something else that I noticed is that we've got relatively young people here that are looking to make their mark in the development field, and there's not a single provision for electric vehicles. This is not saying young people to me, because the young people that I talk to care about the environment, care about climate change, and all of a sudden we have no place to plug in any cars, even the nice little ones that are shown in the pictures. So I think that this development is, because I also watched the marketing that has been put out there. I think this development is being marketed towards investors rather than local people. I think that it does not reflect what the local people that I know are, and young and old, are looking for when they get into the housing market. And what I do know is the last thing we need are more investors getting in and hiking up the prices, because that's what's happening. People with lots of money are coming in and buying these houses, leaving them vacant. They're not even necessarily renting them out. Who would want to live in such a cave? They're not even renting them out, and they're just waiting for the price to go up. Well, for that, the people on Rebstock and Ridge have to put up with the construction and the possibility that maybe some Airbnb type will come in and party for a few weeks in the summer. I don't think so. I don't think that's a good reason to put our official plan principles aside. So if I don't think I'm hearing that, but if something that goes through here, if Airbnb is a problem, as I've seen it be a problem along Dominion, then I would ask that no Airbnb be allowed, and that be included in the declaration for the condo, and not to rely on other places to have it exempted.
Anything further, Ms. McKay-Burton?
Ms. Benelli?
Pardon?
I think you just called me Kidder?
McKay-Burton.
Oh, sorry, my hearing. No,
Right.
that was all I had.
Just for clarification,
Yep.
wasn't Regents Park a rental apartment complex?
It was primarily, yes, low income, but they decided to tear it all down and replace it with a combination of market and subsidized housing. But the important part that they did was they opened it up to the street, so that the new developments, you have a lot more traffic that's in and out, and it's not just tucked away in a little cul-de-sac.
Thank you. Any members of council have any questions of Ms. McKay-Burton? Thank you very much. Or anyone else that wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Yes, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Graham. I live at 38 Butlers. Your Worship, Council, I'm not going to echo the remarks that have been voiced by the residents in this area. I just wanted to mention a couple of things as notes that I made during some of the presentations. One of them was noise and the reduction of the quality of life for the residents in the immediate area. In the package that was provided by the developer as one of the responses was that they would intend having an amendment or append an item to the sale, which indicated that residents would have to be aware of noise issues. So that in itself does suggest that the developer is aware that this concentration of homes could have an impact.
I think that, in fairness, I think that arose from a concern expressed by the region about the proximity of the arena to those houses. I think that's where that came from.
Well, okay, I can retract, but I did, if I misunderstood, but in any event, I think there is a recognition that there will be some type of noise when you have that many residents in a particular area. As far as having choices, one of the other items that the developer did mention was that their development would provide choices that may provide an opportunity for first-time buyers. I really like the wording may. Okay, to me, that doesn't really indicate that there is an intention to build homes that would allow first-time buyers. And that's my interpretation of, what they expressed in their package. Another item is the traffic, and if you look at where that private driveway is situated to go into the development, it's very, very close to a main street. So as soon as those cars start to turn onto Redekop, conceivably, you're going to get a lineup of vehicles trying to get in there. So you're going to definitely have a traffic impediment and probably a safety issue that no one has mentioned, just because of where that driveway is situated. Another thing that was indicated in the responses by the developer was that and I don't know what the question was, however, they did indicate that they plan to utilize the proximity of the park and the arena. I have to ask the developer, in Toronto, oftentimes when developers go into a situation, they have a value add. What is the value add that this developer is providing to our community? What are we getting from them? What I see is a situation where they've come in and they are expecting for Erie to make concessions. We are a community. There are developers everywhere that are looking for land. Why do we have to focus on a particular proposal that doesn't really seem to fit the bill here? There's so many issues and so many requests for changes, it kind of doesn't make sense. Why would we have to do that? So, and lastly, you think of when you're driving along the highway, you see a sign, Ridgeway, historic town. This whole area is a tourist area, and I don't understand the idea of trying to stick downtown Toronto or Woodbridge or Vaughan into a little flagpole area. It doesn't fit our community. And I think everyone here is really proud to live in Ridgeway, a historic town. And if that's not our focus in terms of developing it, in terms of tourism, then I'm not sure what the vision, that Fort Erie is trying to create for our future is. So, as I can say, I'm not for this development, and I don't live that close to it. But I do walk it, I see it, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Graham? No, you're okay. You're getting your exercise.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to address council this evening?
Am I allowed to readdress?
No. Is there anyone else? If not, the clerk has a number of letters that have been, or email messages that have been submitted that she will go through. There's about 10 or more, I think, and they will become part of the public record. Anyone who has addressed council this evening or has submitted a message that the clerk is going to refer to, or that has submitted a message that is part of the report before council this evening, will be receiving a subsequent notice of the proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we do have 15 this evening. The first one is Mark James, Redstock Road, Crystal Beach. He writes, "Thank you for the opportunity to review and comment on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment 015850 Redstock Road. I am the son of Donna James, who lives at 3775 Redstock Road. While in college, I held a summer position in the Town of Fort Erie Planning Department in 1991 and 1992 under Ronald Rhinus. As an owner of an adjacent property, I do not support the proposed development, as the development is not compatible with the surrounding single detached dwellings. Crystal Beach has and will always be a cottage community. That is what gives it charm. New development should be integrated into the traditional fabric of tree-lined streets and modest low-density single-family homes that are representative on Redstock Road. I'm particularly concerned with the lack of information and details relating to the stormwater management for this site. If what is proposed is an underground storage chamber, the developer should be required to establish a condominium maintenance agreement that is acknowledged and approved by the town. Currently, there is no mention of a maintenance agreement in the Planning and Development Services report. As specified in the report, the proposed units are intended for ownership operated through a condominium corporation. Facilities such as road maintenance, landscaping, and snow removal will be part of the condominium agreement. To my knowledge, this is a new technology that is being considered by the town, and I would expect there to be a certain level of research and review that would go into its application before allowing it to be included as part of the development proposal. From what has been presented, there has been no attempt on the town's part to question the application of this stormwater technology or hold the developer accountable for maintenance and repair. The other area of concern is related to the wastewater improvements that will be needed to support the additional units associated with this development. The Planning and Development report clearly states that the existing sanitary system does not have capacity to carry the additional flows from this development without upgrading the 200 millimeter gravity fed line down Ridge Road to the treatment plant. Furthermore, the additional flows were not contemplated in the town's pollution prevention control plan and master plan. This is a major concern that will impact the entire village and cost the town millions if the improvements are not made. This issue must be addressed before any further movement is done, or as an alternative, I would suggest the town limit the number of units to meet existing sanitary sewer limits. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Mark James. The second one I have is from Leanne Mason to the Mayor and Fort Erie Town Council. Last November, I wrote a letter opposing the build of a 6 to 3.5 story condos located on Redstock Road overlooking the park and green space. Now, 5 months later, I'm even more firmly convinced this build would be ruinous for the residents and children in Ridgeway Crystal Beach. Since 2014, we have been anticipating the completed development of this park with all the amenities in it will offer our combined communities. The park was never meant to be the playground and front yard for 250-plus people living in stacked condos overlooking the center of our park, nor was the adjacent property meant to be converted or covered in asphalt to become a parking lot for over 190 cars. The first priority, as I see it, is for the town to complete the construction and development of the park for the enjoyment of our residents. It has been a long 8 years of waiting. No build of any kind should even be considered at this time. From a recent local paper, I wrote a great metaphor which Councillor Don Lubberts used. I feel it aptly describes the intensification taking place in many neighborhoods. He said, "It's like trying to fit 5 pounds of sugar into a 2-pound bag." This is exactly the situation we face on this small plot of land abutting the park. This parcel is squeezed behind and across from established streets of predominantly single-story family homes. The neighbors on Ridge Road are already facing a newly built huge fire station where once their front yard view was a natural habitat. Now they must adjust to flashing lights and blaring horns whenever there is an emergency day or night. If the backyards of these same homes are to face 3.5-story condos, their privacy and enjoyment of lifestyle will suffer and be forever changed, and their property values will likely be affected adversely. This also applies to the homes on Rebstock, where the only possible way in and out of the proposed condos will be between 2 private single-family homes and their properties. The residents who live across the street and on either side of the roadway will be subject to upwards of 200 cars and exhaust fumes every day, not to mention service vehicles, garbage trucks, and emergency vehicles, which will require access to the condos. When inhabited, these condos will resemble a small city. Where are the protections for our homeowners from this intrusive, inappropriate build which encroaches on a quiet residential area as well as our park? Homeowners, your taxpayers, have invested life savings in their properties and must be considered first, as well as all residents in Ridgeway Crystal Beach who have been waiting for the completion of Rebstock Park. Green space is needed more now than ever to accommodate the needs of our growing population. This planned mortar and steel housing development will achieve nothing but ruin the landscape and the enjoyment of this natural setting, while sacrificing residents and neighborhoods as collateral damage to satisfy the greed of out-of-town developers. Mayor Redekop recently wrote in the local paper citing concerns he and fellow municipal mayors have. If I read it correctly, the overriding feeling was that planning decisions should rest with local municipal councils who would establish sensible planning policies to meet the provincial objectives, not dictated to by the Ontario Land Tribunal. Municipal councils could meet objectives without creating the potential for the destruction of neighborhoods and natural heritage environments. In closing, his exact words were, "It is not necessary for every town and city in Ontario to look like Toronto." I implore council to make decisions based on what is best for our communities, not what is the most lucrative for the developers' coffers, and where our residents become expendable in this numbers game to increase density. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Respectfully submitted, Leanne Mason. Next one is from Mary Ann Downs Strath, to whom it may concern. I have several concerns regarding the proposed condos the town of Fort Erie is entertaining. Number one way in, one way out. At the very least, this must be against fire codes. 2, the parking area for the residents backing on the neighboring homes who have lived there for years. Consider the exhaust and headlights that will interfere with the current residents' health and well-being in their own backyards. 3, no developer, regardless of the dollars coming into the town, should have the right to ask for rezoning. The town sets the rules that we as residents must comply with. Developers should as well. 4, the entrance should have a sound light barrier wall put in place in order to mitigate disruption to the current residents, similar to the QEW. Please do the right thing and don't cave in to developers' demands. There will be others that will comply. Besides, the rendering I have seen is so ugly and definitely does not fit in with our quaint Crystal Beach Ridgeway. Respectfully, Mary Ann Downs Strath. Next, I have Sally Graves, 273 Cherry Hill Boulevard, South, Crystal Beach. To the Town of Fort Erie Municipal Council, as a longtime resident of Crystal Beach, I would like to express my concern about the proposed development on the lands known as 0-15850 Rebstock Road. For the following reasons, the construction of a 6-block stacked townhouse complex with 168 units is inappropriate for the 1 hectare, 2.47 acres property north of Rebstock Road. High-density housing will negatively affect the character of this neighborhood, especially impacting the previously quiet streets composed of single and 2-story homes. The proposed 195 parking spaces or 1.16 parking spaces per unit are insufficient. 2014 statistics indicate 1.5 cars owned per household in Canada. As a result, streets become crowded and parking can become a significant issue. Although the proposed development claims it will provide approximately 34% of the area as landscape spaces, much of it is hardscape, parking, sidewalks, etc. There is little actual green space. Reduction of outdoor spaces, amenities like parks and other green spaces must be planned in high-density developments to provide improved quality of life for would-be residents. The proposed development claims affordable housing will be provided for young families and seniors. Young families require green space for children and often more than one parking space, while seniors or people with accessibility issues may require elevators. Will these matters be addressed appropriately? In conclusion, although it is clear that by increasing density, many economic benefits can be realized, we must be aware of the potential pitfalls. Increased density must be carefully considered along with quality design, increased accessibility, and greater connectivity to the surrounding neighborhood. Sincerely yours, Sally Graves. The next one is from Bill and Dorothy Cromkamp. To Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of Fort Erie Council, Rebstock Development. Please let it be known again that Dorothy and I are not in favor of the development of Redstock Road between Ridge and Ridgeway Road for many reasons. The proposed plan that calls for 154 units would more than fill the designed parking area. We oppose the parking along the main entrance. There is not enough room for parking 225 cars safely, therefore this would lead to an on-street parking at times. We believe that the number of units should be lowered considerably. Existing residents will certainly be losing privacy with the 4th floor buildings in their backyard and the cars leaving and entering at all time overnight. The existing residents who have lived in this area for many years will likely see a decrease in their property values. Also, they will have to suffer from the years of construction noise. There is also concerns for accessibility for fire and emergency vehicles that should be looked at in all seasons. Has handicapped residents' situation been addressed? Access ramps, distance to cars, etc. The developer makes the low-cost bottom-end units sound so attractive to lower-income families, but of course a buyer would still need a huge down payment to even qualify for mortgage, and that they would only get a 400 to 500 square foot unit. This is not even enough room for a young family. It has been pointed out to the council members many times that this development is against so many guidelines that the town has set. Finally, as we have written previously, we think that the council has been persuaded by the developer that this plan is proper for this location. We think that the excess density will only have negative effects to all the local residents and also the new buyers. With our regards, Dorothy and Bill Cromkamp. Next, I have Crystal Reed, 3720 Rebstock Road, Crystal Beach. Dear Mr. Redekop and members of council, my name is Crystal Reed and I am a lifelong resident of the Ridgeway Crystal Beach area. First, I would like to thank you all for being here and listening to your town's concerned residents as we touch on a subject that has so clearly impacted all of us here tonight. I live at 3720 Rebstock Road. My home lies the property where Mr. McQueen of M5V Developments has proposed his 3.5-story, 156-unit stacked townhouse development. Our home will take on the greatest negative impact from this development as the perimeter of our home will be lined with parking spaces, a trash facility, and a road line with said parking spaces will be placed directly in between my home and our neighbor's home. Neighbors whom may I add, have lived in their home for 40 years and have freely maintained this part. Mr. McQueen's property of the kindness of their hearts because they value the appearance of their home and take pride in our neighborhood. These are the types of people who are the heart and soul of our community, and now these types of people you are pushing out of our community. I understand that you may think that the only people who are opposing this development are ones with the vested interest, but I can assure you that is not the only case. I've had the privilege of working for a family-owned business in downtown Ridgeway for the last 14 years, and the amount of people who come into my place of employment and discuss with me their frustration over this particular development is astonishing. Most of these conversations are followed by comments like, this town council doesn't care about its people or their way of living anymore. I refuse to believe that this is the case, and I beg you all to please consider the people who have so strongly voiced their concerns and prove them wrong. I, for one, am all for responsible growth and development. The scale of this particular development is intrusive to the neighborhood and dwarfs the surrounding homes. Packing 300 people into a 3.5-acre space in the middle of a quiet residential neighborhood with one small access road in between two residential homes is not appealing by any means, and I encourage the developer to read the room and listen to the people who actually live here. I know this is your job, Mr. McQueen, and I applaud you for your hard work and success. I read a quote from your Instagram page that said, where some see a small plot of land, developers see an opportunity. We are not developers, we are the people of Ridgeway and Crystal Beach, and we have seen every single small plot of land clear-cut and made into something fitting for a city at the hands of people who only see opportunity. Where I see a small plot of land, I see the preservation of nature. There is more to life than monetary gain, and for the people in this rural community, we value privacy, peace of mind, quiet, and safety, all of which is rapidly being taken away from us by out-of-town developers with little regard for the people who actually live here and care about what happens. I will wrap up by asking a few questions for everyone on council to consider. 1, after speaking to a teacher from our brand new school, she informed me that they are already having to turn their library into a classroom and are not allowed any more portables than they already have. Where do the people who move into these massive developments send their children to school? 2, will there be any restrictions on short-term rentals and Airbnbs in this development? 3, how will you address parking issues if in fact this development happens and the projected 197 parking spaces isn't enough for what's likely to be 300 people living here? Will I be back here fighting against having Rebstock Road lined with parking spaces? We will have already been partially encompassed by this development. We do not want to be completely surrounded by vehicles, slamming doors, and gas fumes. If you allow this to happen, this will surely set the tone for developers to buy any hectare of space, 2.4 acres, in backyards of our residents and build 100 units vertically. Do you, the people who have worked so diligently on creating our secondary plan, think that this is a cohesive, neighborly design that fits its surrounding homes in our town? If so, would you embrace this happening in your backyard? I will finish by saying this. Plans on paper may look and sound great. Our town planner okayed the design of our main downtown road in Ridgeway that is so narrow that I have witnessed countless patrons having their side mirrors taken off. I've seen their car doors sideswiped, and I have listened to the car horns of people who are turning onto our main road without proper visibility being nearly driven into. All because this plan looked good on paper while the people who actually lived and worked here pleaded with the town for it to not happen. How do new subdivision developers get the okay to have their driveways complete directly in the line of a public school crosswalk? I can assure you if that was my property and I wanted to build a home there, I would not have been granted permission to do so. The more you allow these plans to continue, the more you allow developers to make our town into their version of it. We lose our history, we lose the people who loved living here, and we lose our sense of community. I am guilty of ignoring previous issues within our community because they didn't directly affect me. I admit that it's not until after the fact that I've said, what were they thinking? And I'm sure most people here can relate to this. We have busy lives and don't have the time to fight against powers that we feel are greater than us and have more money than us. What I have learned during all of this is that there is a huge number of local people who've been fighting all along, who champion our residents to speak up and fight for what matters. Thank you to those people, and thank you to everyone who is truly listening right now. Remember that all change is not growth and all movement is not forward. Please consider this when making your decision to have this property rezoned. Crystal Reed. Next, I have Jamie McFarland, 3720 Rebstock Road, Crystal Beach. Dear Mayor Redekop and Town Council members, My name is Jamie McFarland, and I have lived in the Ridgeway Crystal Beach area for 43 years. My parents moved our family of 6 to Crystal Beach in 1979 when I was 5 years old, and we are still live in the town of Fort Erie to this day. I now live with my own family in the house on Rebstock Road that is adjacent to and surrounded by the 154-unit stacked back-to-back townhouse complex that is proposed by M5V Developments from Toronto. I have outlined my family's property in red in the picture to the right of this paragraph. This email contains a site-specific photo similar to what we've seen this evening. The entire 200 feet length of the east side of our property, as well as the 100 feet width of our backyard, runs adjacent to this proposed development. 2 bedrooms on the east side of our house will be within 3 meters of the front parking lot along Rebstock that is proposed. Our front yard is adjacent to the proposed vehicle entranceway for 194 cars and approximately 350 residents of the development. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that there are no residents who live in the vicinity of this proposed development who have more to lose than my family does. I understand the requirement for residential intensification and growth in Crystal Beach, and I also see the logic that any town would like to infill areas where infrastructure already exists. Unfortunately, these two buzzwords, infilling and intensification, seem to consume recent discussions of growth from the provincial level down to the municipal level. From the outside looking in, it has seemingly driven short-sighted action to fulfill perceived goals mandated from above. The Crystal Beach Secondary Plan includes new growth-driven policies that have become an out-of-town developer's dream. I drove down to Fort Erie this past weekend to walk around large commercial and retail parking lots to count the number of parking spaces. I wanted to compare those lots to the 194 parking spaces proposed by M5V Developments on Rebstock Road in a residential zoned area. Canadian Tire in Fort Erie has 152 parking spaces. Canadian Tire has 42 fewer parking spaces than what is proposed for the residential development on Rebstock Road. This is one of the largest retailers in Fort Erie and is located on commercially zoned land in the Gateway neighborhood, which is one of the busiest areas in town. Next door to Canadian Tire, the combined Tender Cuts, Pizza, and Pet Value parking lot has 121 parking spaces. Again, commercially zoned businesses in the Gateway neighborhood have 73 fewer parking spaces than what is proposed for a residential street in Crystal Beach. Joe's Value Mart in Ridgeway has only 112 parking spaces. That is 82 fewer spaces than the Rebstock Road proposal. If the Rebstock Road developer followed the Town of Fort Erie building bylaws, they would have to have a minimum of 1.5 parking spaces per unit, which totals 231 parking spaces. In comparison, the Sobeys, TD Bank, Shoppers Drug Mart, and Dollarama parking lot has 222 parking spaces. That is 9 fewer parking spaces than what this Rebstock proposal should have if they weren't asking for their variance. How can the number of parking spaces in one of the largest commercially zoned parking lots in Fort Erie be less than what is required for this development in a residential neighborhood of Crystal Beach? On October 19th, 2021, I was one of the residents who spoke on a Zoom call at the original open house when this development was revealed. I also submitted letters to Mayor Redekop and Town Council, and I met with Mayor Redekop at Town Hall in November with other neighbors regarding this development. When the concerns of the residents near this proposal were relayed to the developer, the verbal and written responses from Mary Lou Tanner of NPG Planning Solutions, Inc. were window dressing at best. In Tofi Planning and Development Services report dated 11 April 2022, it states that the initial proposal included 168 units with a density of 112 units per hectare. However, the plan has since been revised to provide 154, which provides a density of 103 units per hectare. The developer initially asked for a density that is restricted to areas zoned high density in large urban cities. The developer then reduced it slightly to show that they were working with locals. Only the Gateway and Spears High Point neighborhoods in Fort Erie have density values above 50 UN/hectare according to units/hectare, according to their neighborhood plans. Ms. Tanner's responses regarding residents' concern about a lack of parking spaces, volume of traffic, and light and noise pollution are equally dismissive. Her traffic study used Mississauga, Burlington, Scarborough, Milton, Ajax, Pickering, and Whitby as comparators for Crystal Beach. How did the Town of Fort Erie Planning Department accept this data as relevant to a development in Crystal Beach? In section 9.4.2 of the traffic study submitted by GHD, it says, the following list provides a sample of surveyed resident and/or visitor parking demand from parking studies and surveys for sites with similar development content that is proposed for this site. The following list that is described are developments in Milton, Scarborough, Oakville, Burlington, and Toronto used to compare with parking requirements for Rebstock Road. If GHD and the developer knew anything about the Ridgeway Crystal Beach area, they would know that most families rely on 2 cars because there is no mass transit, unlike their direct comparators. How can they allege that the traffic study is accurate with only 1.25 cars required per unit compared to developments in Toronto with mass transit available? Where will the excess cars park? Regarding Rebstock residents' concerns about noise and light pollution, Ms. Tanner states, in addition to the landscaping, the proposal will include a wooden closed board fence which will provide an adequate buffer to reduce significant concerns arising from noise, light, and air pollution. How does a 7-foot-high wooden fence stop the noise from 194 cars slamming their doors, chirping their car horns, and driving in and out day and night? I can't believe that Ms. Tanner considers this solution adequate for what she herself calls constituents' significant concerns. As I stated at the beginning, 2 of our bedrooms are within 3 meters of the proposed front parking lot. I'll end with a couple of policies that are copied verbatim from the Town of Fort Erie's official plan regarding lands that are designated urban residential, which this Rebstock Road parcel of land falls under. It appears to me that if the town follows their own policies, then a development like this will not be built on this parcel of land in a residential area of Crystal Beach. Section 4.7.4.12 of the official plan outlines policies that shall be considered when considering infill residential intensifications on vacant land to ensure the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding land uses. The policies outlined in the official plan include the following. 1. The height, bulk, and arrangement of buildings and structures to achieve a harmonious design, compatible integration with the surrounding area and not negatively impact on lower density residential uses. That is, every house that surrounds this development. 2. Appropriate open space, including landscaping and buffering to maximize privacy and minimize the impact on adjacent lower density uses. 3. Parking areas that are sufficient size to satisfy the need of the development and are well-designed and properly related to buildings and landscaped areas. I have read the new Crystal Beach secondary plan that is currently under appeal, and I'm aware this will be the new guiding policy for development in Crystal Beach. I believe that the original Crystal Beach neighborhood plan that was written into existence in 2006 and adopted by Town Council succinctly expressed a vision for Crystal Beach. This vision seems to have been lost lately, or recently, with the constant repetition of the mantra, infilling and intensification. In Section 3, the vision statement, the neighborhood plan states that Crystal Beach is a vibrant neighborhood with a strong sense of community and a rich history. The most unique aspects of Crystal Beach include our beautiful waterfront location and our ability to retain a village atmosphere with a defined historic core area. The document also states that we encourage new development that sustains a livable village environment with dwellings and lot sizes consistent with the character of the neighborhood. Please feel free to email me back or call me. There's a phone number here. I will gladly meet all members of Town Council for a beer at my house so that you can see the area for yourself. Jamie McFarland. Next, I have Orma Bleaks, 411 Cherrywood Avenue, Crystal Beach. The size of this project is an absurdity to even be considered. I presume the developer is a salesman, go for the most one can imagine, and then settle for what he actually wants in the first place. Standard sales technique and lets the other side feel they have won part of the battle. Imagine 200 cars going in and out of your next door driveway every day. Presumably these people will not work at home. And the going in and out may well be at all times of the day and night. It will be next door to the newly created dog park. Imagine the influx of dogs in spaces not designed to accommodate such an influx. Imagine the water pressure drop when local residents are already experiencing low water pressure. Many people have moved to Crystal Beach to get away from traffic jams, hustle and bustle of the city they came from. We already have rush hour traffic on Gorham Ridgeway Road. Traffic lights at Joe's Independent will surely occur after the first death from a car accident, which has barely been avoided on several occasions. As residents, when we want to make a change, we have to apply to the town of Fort Erie to see if there's a bylaw in place regarding the change, and then we have to live by the bylaw rules. Yet routinely, town of Fort Erie accords developers ongoing variances. Why make a rule if you're not going to stick to it, and why do developers get free passes when tax-paying residents do not? The below-level units could be described as dungeons with one window and a door. Imagine the incipient claustrophobia. It's different to have a 400 square unit on the second or third floor with windows available, but below ground level in a bunker is unthinkable. It's scary to realize town of Fort Erie staff and perhaps council consider this type of development to be appropriate for anywhere in Fort Erie, especially the dungeons, on such a small piece of property. This is the kind of development that happens in large cities, example Toronto, London, England, New York City, where little land is available. Why allow the destruction of the vibe of Fort Erie, not just Crystal Beach, so that developers make huge profits while ordinary people are losing their quality of life? Many residents have lived here for many years and have counted on enjoying their homes into their later years after working so hard to attain them. Their homes may be their nest egg to allow them to move into assisted living, if available, but not much of that value will be eroded by an inappropriate development next door to them. It would appear all the units involve stairs, so that rules out anyone with mobility issues and many seniors. We need appropriate development throughout our community with committed developers who are not totally focused on their profit margin. I would hope the federal monies announced for housing would be strongly sought after with developers who have the willingness to work with CMHC and create some rent geared to income housing. Norma Bleaks. Next, I have Faith Black-Cure. She also has slides that are integrated with her comments, and that will be posted on our website. She says she's from Canada, Ontario. She says more analysis needs to be done before staff submit as a recommendation for approval. 1, determine whether the shared landings can be approved under the building code and fire code, and whether perimeter units require drive aisles along building fronts. 2, determine whether the sanitary sewer and treatment plant have capacity for this development and the timing and cost of improvements. Staff state that the developer would pay for upsizing the Ridge Road sewer, but there still may be problems near the plant. The secondary plan process didn't include infrastructure analysis, and all committed and future requirements need to be known before the sewer is changed. 3, determine water table in geotechnical conditions and whether sanitary sewage pumps and basements units will be required. 4, determine feasibility of the drainage plans for the site, park requirements, and downstream capacity. While staff would normally defer infrastructure issues to the site plan control phase, these need to be addressed before the zoning is approved due to the strong possibility that the development will not be feasible. In addition, staff should determine why council is being asked to approve 103 units when the developer is asking OLT to restore the 100 unit per hectare limit. The development is not medium density, and the density increase is not needed. The neighborhood plan designation has 17 units for the site with 335 units on 13.8 hectares at a density of 35 units per hectare. The Crystal Beach secondary plan included 400 medium-density units of the total 1,100 units. The requirement for 100 units can be met by a density of 28.57 units per hectare. Analysis of 57 medium-density parcels, except for Queen's Circle, results in 1,094 units on about 14 hectares. Adding the remaining 700 units results in 1,794 units, which is 49% of the 3,680 units required by the Niagara Region for 2051. Parcels were assigned 4 different density ranges between 25 and 100. These all can't be medium density. Urban boundary expansion land is being added in Crystal Beach. The Niagara Region official plan uses 100 to 150 units per hectare for high-density areas with a 15% intensification target for Fort Erie. The 2018 Development Charges Background Study shows that multiples have been at 20% since 2017 and will remain at 20% until 2041, and considers stacked towns to be apartments. The 2021 Q3 statistical report has 3,014 units in the development pipeline, with a 58.9% being multiples. The growth plan requires 50 persons plus jobs per hectare. The servicing report plans for 540 persons, and with 27 work-at-home jobs at 5%, the total is 567 persons plus jobs on 1.5 hectares for a density of 378 persons plus jobs per hectare. Bylaw 12990 does not have provisions for stacked back-to-back towns. The developer is requesting an inordinate number of zoning exceptions because the bylaw does not provide for this housing type and is incorrectly using block townhouse provisions. The referral to bedrooms in describing units is not normally done for townhouses, which suggests that these are apartments. The consultants propose a definition which states, dwelling stacked back-to-back townhouse means a dwelling containing 4 or more dwelling units divided horizontally and vertically, including a common rear wall, each with an entrance that is independent or through a shared landing and or external stairwell. This was to have been included in the bylaw, but is not in the information report. Normally, definitions are provided in section 5. The difference between these buildings and an apartment building is that each unit has an exterior entrance. The 2017 bylaw for 21 Wintermute Street revised the apartment definition by adding or from individual exterior entrances. The lack of zoning provisions required the consultants to review zoning bylaws and parking provisions from other cities which were claimed to be similar. Analysis of these locations indicates that they were all in very much higher density areas and had much better access to transit. Drainage, boundary trees, and fencing issues need to be addressed with owners. Staff were unable to upload the grading and servicing plans, which would have helped adjacent owners understand the potential impact. External drainage from adjacent properties hasn't been included, and fences may cut off the drainage. Drainage swales do not meet standards for width and at some points have near vertical sides or are too close to walkways. Fences have been placed on the property line but will need to be set back. Trees shown in the site plan can't be in swales, and boundary tree issues will need resolution by adjacent owners, including the town. Rebstock Road may be flooded if rainfall events greater than the 100-year event or back-to-back events occur. The berm constructed pre-2000 to prevent flooding of south rear yards needs elevation for impact of removal and a record of site condition. The water table is high in this area. Relationships with Crystal Ridge Park haven't been addressed. The Block C rendering looks towards Rebstock, shows one walkway to the park on the west side. The town has constructed a fence along this side and will construct another along the north side, with both being gateless. The park and arena will not be easily accessible as claimed by the developer. The north end of the site drains to the park, which has a drainage swale and small culvert at Ridge Road. Site drainage will impact the park plans and vice versa. Niagara Region comments that the north building should have air conditioners as mitigation from arena noise doesn't solve the problem for winter or use of outdoor amenities space. Would you want to live here? Who would? The developer states that development is not for affordable housing, but is intended for first-time home buyers and those already owning homes. These are not lifetime homes. Units are not suitable for families with young children or persons with conditions that impact the ability to walk up lots of stairs. Example, one city's 3-story town has 47 stairs to get to the rooftop. Many families move out if a second child is born. Grandparents can't visit. Underground patios aren't private due to proximity to the parking lot or the green space area between Block E and F. Headlights shine into windows. Underground entrances and patios have no drainage and snow may fall in. Wood construction, staggered units, and barbecues permit noise and odors to impact other units. Staggered unit walls result in more than 2 neighbors, and shared entrances may cause problems. Add-on costs and special assessments increase the costs. MV5's company has an investment arm which encourages investors to buy properties and a real estate arm to provide rental services for the investors. People fear investors will buy the units and leave them vacant or rent them to short-term rental customers. The 2020 South Coast Village Phase 3 bylaw included a short-term rental use shall not be permitted for the stacked towns. The consultants relied on transit being available, but it's not currently but is currently not, and if restored, would not likely provide adequate service if large numbers need to use it for work. School buses are not permitted to access private laneways. How crowded will the sidewalks on Rebstock be? These types of buildings belong in high-density areas with high-order transit service. Thank you for considering my comments about these issues. Next, I have Mary and Brian Young. To whom it may concern, we are very concerned about the density being proposed for this area. 154 units versus 16 is too large for this area. Please keep us apprised of this application. Regards. Next, I have Kathy and Evan Bynes, 3911 Rebstock Road, unit number 25, Crystal Beach. To whom it may concern, as a longtime resident of Crystal Beach, I do not wish to have these townhomes built. I live in a seniors complex just down the road. We moved here to get away from townhomes and city life. We moved here for heritage, not condos. To put them by the Lions Club Park is just asking for trouble. We do not need any more people moving here. This is a quiet little town, and we do want to make sure that it stays that way. If something needs to be built, put it in a public swimming pool for all of our current residents to enjoy. My husband and I both can't attend the town meeting as we are both ill today. I can safely state that I speak for all the 35 residents that live in the Neil Scarrett building on Rebstock Road. No condos, townhomes, or more houses. Thanks for your consideration in advance. Sincerely, Kathleen and Evan Bynes. Next, I have Lori and Ray Slider. 153 Ridge Road South, Ridgeway. This one uses a template that is in the next letter, and but it's not quite the same communication, so I will read it out. It's also provided a short second submission that came with it. Mr. Mayor and members of Fort Erie Council, we are writing this as our formal notice that we strongly oppose the proposed application by MV5 Development for the above noted property on Rebstock Road. We would request that our opposition to this proposed application is on record and presented along with all other oppositions at the town meeting being held on April 11, 2022. We are requesting that this opposition is recorded as two separate oppositions to the proposal, one for each of myself, Lori Slider, and my husband, Raymond Slider, as we are writing this together. We would have loved to be able to voice our concerns via another way, but find it very disheartening that the meeting on Monday, April 11th, 2022 will only be held in person at City Hall. This does not work for many people due to COVID numbers once again rising, increasing the limits to the amount of residents allowed to attend City Hall, and the lack of being able to voice our concerns are over an alternative platform like Zoom or Teams. We have previously written to voice our concerns and also spoke at the public meeting. We have resided in our property on Ridge Road South for in excess of 27 years. During this time, we have watched our quaint little town grow with many new families joining our community. We also knew that at some point the area behind our home would be developed, but due to past builds in the area and City Hall's previous outlook on building in the community, we always thought that the property would house either single-family homes, semis, or even townhouses, similar to what was recently built on the south side of Rebstock near Ridgeway Road, all of which would mainly conform with current building bylaws. Instead, we presented with the proposed application from M5 Development, for which everyone of our neighbors we have spoken to is not something that is either in line with building guidelines and will greatly affect our neighborhood. We will list below many of the reasons for our opposition to this development as presented. It will impact the quaint small town character of our neighborhood. The driveway, not the roadway into the property. The entrance exit to the property is a lot from between two established homes. Parking along this driveway. This parking and driveway will run directly behind our home. Traffic on Ridge Road and Rebstock. There have been numerous accidents over the years at this corner. The added traffic is a concern, and this is also multiplied by the additional traffic we will be seeing along Ridge Road with the completion of the new fire hall. Concerns remain over the study conducted and the amount of parking spaces allotted for this proposed development. Concerns with street parking, overflow parking at Crystal Ridge Community Center. Height of proposed buildings does not fit in with the surrounding area and would change the aesthetics of our area. The physical impact on bordering properties and nearby neighbors and neighborhoods. 154 units and over 200 vehicles. All homes abutting the proposed development on Ridge Road and Rebstock Road have their bedrooms in the backs of their homes. With the proposal of the driveway and parking being directly in our backyards, we have major concerns with regards to car noise at all times of day and night. These could include, but would not be limited to, engines starting, car horns beeping, doors opening and closing, lights, loud music, and talking. Using the driveway as a road allowance, the two homes directly on either side of this driveway will have cars entering and exiting at all hours of the days and night. This could be in excess of 200 cars daily, whereas most single-family or smaller developments would have far less traffic concerns. Parking lot lights, car lights, and lights from the units, especially the higher ones flowing into our yards. We have just lived through over a year of construction of the fire hall with additional traffic, large trucks and building equipment, and if this development is allowed to proceed, it will be numerous more years of construction in our backyards, making it very difficult to enjoy our properties. Another concern is drainage. Next, financial impact to surrounding properties. Most residents have lived in the established community for many years. We have raised our families here. We are all concerned with the development of this size in our small community, decreasing our property values, especially for the properties on either side of the drive and directly abutting the proposed development. Concern over what type of purchasers will be attracted to or sought out for these types of properties. Young families are not going to want to be purchasing sub 500 square feet units, and we have already been told that these will not be marketed to seniors due to the units only being accessible by the stairs. The development that M5V is building in Niagara Falls is being built on a major street where other similar-sized properties are established. There is little to no green space through this proposed development, and the structure is more of a metropolitan area and not our community. Regarding bylaw amendments, the developer is asking for not one but 8 separate amendments. This development is not in line with the area, and the developer is asking town to change the bylaws to suit his vision for the property, not taking into account that the bylaws are put into place to ensure these types of situations do not happen.
I hate to interrupt. I'm so sorry. It's that time again.
Oh, my.
Your worship, there's a need to extend the hour of adjournment, but I'm wondering if after the clerk reads this letter, if we can adjourn for the day and recess to another day. Is that possible to do?
Anything's possible, but we've gone this far. There's another couple of letters. I've forwarded 3 others, Madam Clerk, that are also part of the form. It's going to be up. Yeah, it's going to be up to council, but we need a motion. Right now it's 11 o'clock. We need a motion to extend, and I would say we should at least try to get to 11:30 and see where we are at that point. Councillor Lubberts, you're moving that we go to 11:30. All those in favor? Opposed? Well, I vote in favor, so it carries. So we'll continue on till
Let me find my spot. Bylaw amendments, this seems to be all about money for the developer who, 1, is not a local resident, 2, wants to come into our community and have bylaws amended to suit his vision while not taking the time to research the local community and uniqueness of our area. 3, from the developer's responses to our concerns from the initial public meeting, he has no desire to amend his request to lowering the number of units as it will affect his bottom line. 4, size of units under 500 square feet for a unit in Toronto may be acceptable, but for our communities, this is not desirable. 5, local resident concerns do not seem to be taken as seriously by the developer. A, many residents have put in numerous concerns over the appearance and lack of maintenance on the property, grass not cut, ticks and rodents. B, developer is more concerned with making social media videos of him and his friends on the children's play area at the Crystal Ridge Park. Potential other concerns are restricted emergency services, single exits with stair access only, limited access to back units only, driveway access, garbage location and potential for smell from garbage recycling from 154 units from rodents, affordability estimate of $300,000 for smallest unit under 500 square feet, availability of financing for these units concerns that these will be marketed to not home buyer, but investors, and they will become mainly rental units with no pride of ownership. The overall appearance of the proposed complex and it is not fitting into not only the standard size or format of housing for our area, but also we are not Toronto or even Niagara Falls. The people of Crystal Beach and Ridgeway have lived and moved to this community due to our small-town, close-knit neighborhoods. This development will destroy this. Concerns over what would be next if this developer succeeds with his proposal for this development. What next high-rises along our shoreline, taking away all the character of our small hometown. We are hoping that you, Mr. Mayor, and all of our local councillors will review and take all of the concerns from our neighbors and us into serious consideration while reviewing this proposal and vote against any of the proposed requests and changes to the bylaws from the developer M5 or MV5. Please understand that we, as homeowners of neighboring properties, are not opposed to development and growth in the community, but a proposed development has to make sense for the community and align with the current established housing in the area, and this proposed development does not do any of the above. Sincerely, Raymond and Laurie Slider. Okay, next I have a submission. 3 people submitted this exact same letter, so I'll just read it once. Valerie and David King, 3709 Rebstock Road, Crystal Beach. Diane Holland, 82 Ridge Road, South Crystal Beach. And Landlay, 3699 Brunswick Avenue, Crystal Beach.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
I also sent you messages that I don't think were sent to you from Jim and Mary Burrison, Rosemary LeBlanc, and Donna James.
Are they the same as this one?
They're almost the same, yeah. It's the form letter.
Okay, I see that. So we add Mary Burrison to that?
Jim and Mary Burrison, Ridgeway. Rosemary LeBlanc, 61 Ridge Road South.
Yes.
And Donna James, 3775 Rebstock Road.
Yes, thank you. I'll record those in the minutes. So the letter reads, Mr. Mayor and councillors, please accept this as formal notice that I oppose the development of 0 Rebstock Road as proposed in the application by M5V Development. The reasons for my opposition are impact on the character of the neighborhood, road-like driveway, parking lot appearance between 2 established single-family homes, increased traffic at peak times at the intersection just 1 house away from Ridge, parking on streets if there is overflow, 4.5 stories versus maximum 3 stories. Next, physical impact on bordering and nearby neighbors, 154 units and up to and more than 225 cars. Car noise at all times of the day, and especially at nighttime, doors slamming, engines starting, beeps and horns as doors are locked, people talking. Up to 225 cars entering and exiting property between 2 single-family homes. Parking lot up against property lines, loss of privacy from 2nd to 4th floors, lights at night from cars, parking lot light standards, lights from units, years of construction noise on the site, and traffic going between the houses on Rebstock. Next, financial impact bordering and nearby neighbors. Many residents have been here for decades with a lifelong investment. A development like this will decrease property values of bordering properties and those directly across from the driveway. Bylaw amendments, 8 separate amendments. This development breaks so many of the guidelines that the town has set that it shouldn't even be considered. Next, potential fire hazards, restricted fire engine access during winter storms, single exits with stair access either up or down, no emergency vehicle access to back units of buildings around the edge of the development. Next, not accessible for people with limited ability. Every floor has stairs up or down. Age in place, not an option. Long distance from back unit to car park, especially in winter snow ice. Last, not affordable at $300,000 for 400 square feet. This is about $750 per square foot, which is much higher than average square foot prices in Crystal Beach. People will need an income of around $80,000 a year to get mortgages. Lower income groups, that is $50,000, cannot afford these. This developer promotes real estate as a vehicle investment. Prices for these units will increase over the next few years. Cave-like units with only front window door, below grade looks at walls. On a purely dollar-based measure of affordability, of course, more people can afford $300,000 than higher prices. It is outrageous that the town would force lower-income people into these types of cave-like living conditions. This is more like we would see in a place like Tokyo. I do have another one from William Foster. He sent the same letter, but he had one more thing that he added onto it, so I will just read that part. It's in relation to the impact on the character of the neighborhood. As I said, this comes from William Foster, 398 Ridge Road North, Ridgeway. Owner-occupied units versus short-term rental units which yield transient traffic and crime. Example, January 19th, 2021, 2 girls fatally shot at an Airbnb rental at 4197 Niagara Parkway with the killers, repeat offenders, GTA murder suspects Christopher Lucas, aka rapper El Plaja, and Trevor Barnett. On the loose for 7 months, leaving the community unsafe and feeling anxious. Town of Fort Erie bylaw enforcement is lacking or non-existent. Rest in peace, Juliana Peninsio, 20 of Windsor, and Christine Crooks, 18 of Toronto. Design looks like a prison, illegal dumping in unsightly dumpsters, and tuna fish factory stench these offer to existing neighbors. And that's the only addition from his letter. I have one last one from Larry Chambers. I don't have an address. Good afternoon, my name is Larry Chambers. My wife and I live at the corner of Ridge and Ribstock Roads for close to 40 years. I know most of council personally, and I truly wish I was going to the meeting tonight, but I can't make it back in time. I'm not going into the figures, which you probably know better than I do, just this one statement. Would you want to live in my house after the development is built? I realize how difficult the pressures are on you from the Toronto money, but you are all invited to have an adult beverage in my gazebo. I bet you will decline when the dust settles. I feel terrible for the young families starting out with their dreams being trashed by a gentleman that will never step foot on the property after it's built. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Leaving a phone number, please consider carefully. Thank you, Larry and Patty. And that's all I have, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And the only people left in the room have already addressed us, so unless there's anyone else that wishes to speak to council, I want to declare this public meeting closed, and that will allow us to go to the consent agenda. And Madam Clerk, it's looking pretty much like we're not going to get through this agenda. And so I think we should start contemplating when we would try to deal with this. The next council meeting is April the 25th, and my understanding is that that's a fairly busy meeting as well. And so I'm thinking maybe we should be looking at, and perhaps you can canvass councillors about either Wednesday this week or maybe Tuesday next week to try to finish off this agenda. Either Wednesday this week or Tuesday next week, to try to finish off this agenda, or what's left. But what is left will be 2 reports relative to the public meetings that we had this evening, both of which generated a fair bit of discussion. So I would think that we've got a couple of hours worth of work ahead of us. Unless Councillor Dubanow doesn't say anything, in which case it'll be an hour and 45 minutes. But while the clerk is doing that, let's proceed with what we can in terms of the consent agenda. There is a report that needs to be taken out, and that is PDS 22 for 2022. So can I have a mover for the consent agenda with the exception of PDS 22, 2022? Councillor Dubanow. Are there any questions or comments with respect to those reports? That includes the rather healthy housekeeping recommendation report for the zoning bylaw, all of those things we dealt with before. Councillor Noyes, did I see your hand up?
Unfortunately, yes.
It's okay, short. I mean, recently you've been very, very short.
Anyway, my question is about the PDS 21-2022, the housekeeping amendments to the comprehensive zoning bylaw. We've asked the recommendation is to remove the minimum floor area in a number of different scenarios for building. And it refers to that it's okay if we do it because it falls to the Ontario government. They have their rules, but I don't know what the Ontario government minimum are. I'm a bit concerned that if we, not knowing what the Ontario government requirements are, it's hard for me to support removing all the floor space, like minimum floor space, that there is nothing. I understand the process and the policies so we can build more, I guess, or smaller, like granny suites and things like that. But removing the minimum floor area requirements for pretty much for everything, without knowing how the Ontario government fits in, I don't know.
Well, let's see if Mr. Hurlovich can respond to that. Why we would eliminate the minimum floor areas and what the relationship is with what the province can require.
I gather that you'd have to trust that the code is correct in determining the size of unit that's appropriate, just as the code prescribes how many inches up a step would be to be a safe step. So they're not going to prescribe a standard for a bedroom and a living room that would be not safe for human habitation. It's a sliding scale, so I can't just give you a number and say, well, a one-bedroom unit would be a minimum of this and a two-bedroom would be that. So in an open concept, for instance, where the living room, dining room, kitchen is a combined space, that would be one number, a bedroom would be another number. You have to add all those up. And the code is the minimum standard. And so by setting a minimum standard in the bylaw that's different from the provincial code, we are also setting it up for more expensive housing because the housing size could be larger than the code requirement.
So we, in fact, would be adopting the building code standard.
That's correct.
Councillor Noyes?
Well, I appreciate that, and I would imagine that if push came to shove, we would be voted by the Ontario government anyway there.
Well, we would be adopting their...
No, I mean, before we did this, like, if, I get it. Okay, I guess the next question is, just a comment that about accessibility, that if the small units are not going to affect accessibility, but I would challenge that anybody that has a mobility device, or mobility problems, some of these small units would not, basically, they wouldn't be able to live in them, which makes their the number that they can access fewer and fewer and fewer. So that's all I'll say on that one.
Any other reports, Councillor Noyes?
No.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's the same report, 7.2 PDS 21-2022. So I just wanted to get some clarity on this, knowing that the minimum floor area for dwellings to provide for alternative and affordable housing options are changing. So we had discussed about the opportunity to build a tiny home on an existing property. So for example, if I owned an acre of land and both my sons wanted to own homes but couldn't afford it, they could actually build in my backyard because I have room to do so without severancing. Is that still an opportunity?
If you have the proper zoning.
Oh, right. But that's still an opportunity for people to go ahead and do things like that?
That hasn't been changed, Mr. Hurlovich. This is, if you're a particular zoning, I don't know whether it's R1, you can put up a secondary building.
Correct. The town has zoning regulations for second units on properties in the various zones.
So with that in mind then, if there's no minimum floor area for dwellings, there was a capacity that if I owned a 3,000 square foot home on an acre of land, or a hectare of land, I could build a 1,400 square foot home because it's 40% of the actual square footage. Is that now changed? So if I only wanted to put on 1,000 square foot home, I could do that, or if I wanted to go 2,000 square foot, I could do that as well?
Yeah, through you, your worship, to the councillor, that was a maximum standard, so the 40% would be a maximum, so it could be less than that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If there are no other questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations in the reports and the consent agenda? No one opposed. That is carried. Councillor McDermott, could you take PDS 22-2022 then?
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Could I have a member for PDS 22-2022, the Bridgeburg North Secondary Plan Initiation Report? Thank you. Councillor Zanko. Are there any comments or questions with regards to this report? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Back to you.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair, we're now at we're at Planning and Development Services. We've got we're at 11:18. We're not going to get through. I think we should. Sure. Let's do that. See when we can come back.
Okay, so that we're clear, we have Wednesday, April 13th, that's this week, or we have Tuesday, April 19th next week, coming back from the holiday weekend. Councillor Lubberts, your preference?
I don't know what's happening this week, but I think Tuesday's better for me.
Tomorrow? Or, oh, you mean the week after?
Yeah, what's the date?
19th.
April 19th. Okay, Councillor McDermott?
I can do either one. I really don't have a preference.
Okay, we'll come back. Councillor Zanko?
I'm okay with either dates.
Councillor Butler?
Same, either dates.
Councillor Dubanow?
Wednesday this week would actually be preferential only because we have a library board meeting on Tuesday next week, but I'm sure I can make it work if council is agreeable to Tuesday next week.
Councillor Noyes?
Either date works for me.
Mayor?
Tuesday's actually preferable for me.
Tuesday next week? Okay, so we would adjourn to Tuesday, April 19th
At 6 o'clock.
at 6 p.m. Pardon?
Sorry. No, it's I don't have it next Tuesday. Oh, wait a minute, it is, but that's at 5 o'clock. So it's at 5 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, so we're all agreed then? So Madam Clerk, what we would do is have Councillor Dubanow move that we adjourn the balance of the agenda to next Tuesday, April the 19th at 6 p.m. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Yeah.